today we are here to talk about techniques for effective coaching, all right? And thank you for joining the session. But before we even go into, today's session and learn a few things, right? I'd like to do a little bit of housekeeping. So if you need to access the Wi-Fi, you have got the username and password. Okay, it's also at the back on the clipboard. The access code to the doors, in case you're going to the toilets or to the pantry, that's the access code. Restrooms are outside, the main entrance to the left through the emergency door. Then you also have coffee, tea at the pantry. Help yourselves. If you need to go and excuse yourself, please do. You do not need to stop the session, just walk. And we have a clean as you go concept. So by the end of the session, whatever cutleries, crockeries, and everything that you bring in here, by the end of the session, we will pick it up and put it back where we took it from. Okay? Otherwise, we're ready. I'm your trainer for today, Nanthini. Okay, and I have been in the HR world for at least 20 years. Prior to that, I started in finance. And then out of sheer passion for people, I moved into HR, and today I think my biggest passion is knowledge transfer. So I'm certified by Development Dimensions International, this organization that thrives on leadership training, and this is why I am conducting sessions for leaders in business. So you might say, oh, leaders, but leaders are different levels, right? You have leaders at C-suite level, you have leaders at supervisory level, leaders at managerial level. So all of you may be in some way or other in one of those positions where you're called people managers. So I'm going to take a few minutes because all of you, some of you may know each other, some of you don't. So I think it's good to introduce yourselves to one another, and maybe we can start with Pranav.
Okay. Hi, I'm Pranav.
According to that, right? So your name, what you do, how long have you been in the workforce as a people manager? If none, don't worry. Just say how long you've been.
Alright.
Where do we find you not at work? Biggest vice, right? That we want to know. So we're here to, we are sitting among strangers, but we're talking about interaction. So the first thing we want to do is really get to know each other as well. And then, do you actually face interaction challenges at work? And if yes, very quickly in a short sum up, let me know what that is. What's your biggest challenge at the moment? Right?
Okay, alright. My name is Pranav. I'm currently a security operations engineer at Allianz. I've been in the workforce for about, I think, 3 years now. As a people manager, I was a consultant project manager for about 2 years at a marketing company. But then I decided to continue my career in cybersecurity. Where we find me is not a word. Probably dead honest with you.
Okay.
It's a very fun hobby.
Right.
Yeah, and a hobby that I'm passionate, like taking a nap, I guess.
Okay, and any interaction challenges that you've been facing?
Maybe more so trying to get a bit more direct communication with my superiors, etc. Like if there are
so
some
upwards.
KPIs, so there are some KPIs that aren't met, etc. I prefer if they just directly told me why X, Y, Z is happening. But this has been a very recent challenge, I suppose.
Okay. Have you managed people?
For about 2 years, I handled a few projects on an ad hoc basis for a marketing company, mostly because they offered web development as well.
All right. And what was the challenge there?
I feel like it's mostly just my inexperience with managing people, so I also had to, I just expected we would all collaborate, etc. But as a manager, of course, I would have a lot more responsibility compared to the other people. Like I would actually have to oversee the project, make sure certain KPIs are met.
Right.
So it was mostly just the overall challenge of trying to juggle those responsibilities.
Sure. Thank you, Pranav.
No worries.
Let's move on.
Hi, my name is Anurag Arun, and I run a marketing and production agency. I've been in the workforce, I've only been running my business so far, so it's been about almost 2.5 years. If you do not find me at work, that's tough. I used to be a powerlifter, not so much anymore. So nowadays, if you don't find me at work, you probably find me at home, not in bed, but hiding from people.
Hiding from people, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what about people challenges in interactions?
Well, there are a few. So mine per se is not really with my boss. It's more with my employees in terms of a couple of things. I think sometimes the keeping them motivated and keeping them disciplined for a certain project. I think that's a big challenge. And I think something that, I mean, it's not really written over here, but sometimes you do face conversations that are challenging with your clients. Some clients, it's scope creep. Some clients, sometimes it's just a misalignment of what you think the main objective is, and that can be a difficult conversation trying to get them back in alignment. Sometimes it's completely your fault. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding with the client. So it's one of those conversations that you have to be able to deal with well, I think.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So I'm Sasi and I'm a doctor and a lecturer. So how long have I been in the workforce? Okay, so quite a number of years, probably 35 or 40 years. As a people manager, again for a number of years because at various points, maybe in total about 20 years. Where you find me if I'm not at work, probably curled up in the house watching with some murders or with my hobby is book. I mean I like reading. That's been my safety line all the time. Currently, when I face any challenges in conversations, so my team would also be my patients. So yesterday I actually had a little bit of a difficult conversation with the patient in the sense there were a lot of social dynamics in the house. So the patient and his son. So that could be an issue. Okay. My other team I think would be very important to me would be my students. Okay. So sometimes you want to sort of try to understand and get into their head so that you can actually help them go along the path of the world.
Okay, that's good. It's very interesting what I'm hearing today because you will see how this is going to transform by the end of the day, right? Into really making sense. What we're going to learn today is going to support a lot of what you're facing. Okay, whether it's upward, downward, or even sometimes you can be an individual contributor and you might be just collaborating. But this is just an art of interacting, right? Laura?
Hi everyone, my name is Laura and I'm a finance executive currently. I have been in the workforce for 6 years for now. I used to be an assistant manager in KPMG, so I do manage juniors when I was there. So where do I find myself when I'm not at work? At home, in bed, sleeping.
Oh, a lot of sleepers here today.
Yeah, so what the current challenge I face with the team or with the boss is mainly with the boss because my mom is my boss. So there's a segregation of role, whether she's my mother now or she's my boss now. Yeah.
Okay.
The challenge will most likely be how do I get the issue conveyed to her directly in the way that she understands first round instead of elaborating it further and further.
Okay.
May I just ask, your mom is the CEO of the company?
Yeah.
So I
Sure.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is Vyoman. I am a business analyst in Allianz. So, how long I've been in the workforce is basically now 4 years. I did 2 years in Kelly OCG and then in Allianz, and I'm an executive. So, I don't have any experience managing people, but all my difficult conversations have been with people above me or on the same level.
Okay. And what would that challenge be?
I think I've worked with now 4 different bosses, and each of them have been very different. So I think conveying the same type of conversation with the same issues to each of them have been very different, and there were a lot of different ways to do it. Yeah. So with a stricter boss that is more clear cut, it's a bit easier, and also I think if they have certain ways that they want, like a structure of how they want to do things, you can't really do things in a different manner. So I think sometimes if you want to convey to them that there is an easier way to do it, it's a lot harder to get across.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sometimes you've just got to agree to disagree.
Yes.
Okay, so you will learn. People are the most difficult to manage, right? And conversations, sometimes there are a lot of things that people, they think they know, but they forget certain very, very crucial steps in that interaction, and because of that, some interactions turn south, or not as expected. Okay, Purti?
Yeah, my name is Purti, and I've been I worked with Bajara Roasters and previously with McDonald's and was a senior manager level, taking care of HR, risk and asset, and also learning and development. I have left the company now, so I've set up my own training and my own office. I have. And my hobby, I actually love cooking and baking. Apart that, also love doing learning how to do flower arrangement and reading. So not one particular, but a few hobbies. So challenges at the moment, because I'm on my own, so not managing any of the bosses. So I have some freelance trainers who are working with me, but so far they are okay. So there's no boss to manage, so I'm the boss.
Okay. And with your freelance trainers, normally the communication is quite
good.
okay.
Because
All
I
right.
don't have too big group, a small group.
What about clients that you need to convince?
Clients, yeah. Clients is very hard. Sometimes it's about, I think the challenges I used to have is the mindset, because my background is obviously operations training.
Mhm.
So when I worked with a company, this is a big client, I worked with for 1 year, and the problem of managing them is they don't believe in training, because these companies, they're only thinking about making money now. I want to make money, but they don't talk about building talents for long term. But that's different from McDonald's. McDonald's is a company that's like always thinking about building talents. So it's a very different challenge. So they had like people who are real estate directors who become head of training and development. So they don't understand the system, how it works. They are always thinking about just, okay, I want to get it out, how to do it. I don't want to send people out for training, but I just want to make sure I have results. Those kind of challenges is some of the common things that I actually face.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing. So now, before we go into the introduction of this topic, how many of you did your homework? I sent you some
reading materials, right?
Yeah, the reading materials. You did? Okay. So very good. I'm going to need volunteer, otherwise I'm going to just roll some numbers and pick somebody. Because in this exercise, I'm sorry, I forgot, before I proceed, Priscilla and Felix, I'm really sorry, I forgot to get you to introduce yourselves. Maybe you want to do a quick introduction about, yeah? Priscilla?
Okay, I'm Priscilla, and I'm now a C-suite coach, as well as I provide coaching for career transition services with Corn Ferry. I'm also a panelist, TTT trainer, as well as an assessor for HR report. Now, where do we find you if not at work? Now, if you don't find me at work, I work from home, or otherwise I would be in a swimming pool or a gym, or walking around to the shop just to exercise. So do you currently face challenges in conversation with your team or your boss? Well, I've come across some partners, because we do collaborate with some people. Sometimes we don't know how else to tell them how important an event is, and that person just tell you the last minute he or she doesn't turn up. So how do we solve the problem? We were just talking about it just now.
Yes. Thank you so much, Priscilla, and I'm gonna just request Priscilla to play my employee. Okay, so we're gonna put 2 seats in front here. I'm gonna have 1 employee. 1 second, Priscilla, just give me a minute. I'll come and help you with what you're holding. And who's gonna volunteer to be to do the role play? So you can see the role play on the screen, right?
I don't mind.
You don't mind? Perfect, Pranav. Come forward. And Priscilla, you're okay? Or shall I help you with? Yeah. So, as you can see, this is Tali Tony. Okay, so this is, what we're going to do right now is we're going to actually do a role play. Okay, while I do a role play, can I have Sasi help me write some observations later from this role play. We're going to watch the role play. We're going to, we have our own ideas of how we might have done it, right? So after this, we're going to do a quick debrief after watching the role play, and we're going to record what we think of the conversation. By the end of today, when we complete learning the interaction guidelines I'm going to teach you, then we're going to go back to the second scenario that I gave you. We're going to try another one, and we're going to see how differently that was done compared to this, so that we can see whether there has been learning outcome from today. Okay, so Priscilla, please. So today's Tadi Tony scenario. So Tony, so right now you're Tony, right? So Tony is one of your star performers, Priscilla. However, he has been coming to work around 20 to 30 minutes late. Sorry, actually it should be the other way around. She's Tony, she's the employee. You're the people manager, okay? Yeah, because of the gender difference. Okay, so you're going to play Tony or Tanya, doesn't matter, right? So, and you are the people manager, okay? So you now have realized that she is one of your star performers, okay? But she's coming into work 20 or 30 minutes late for the last 5 days, okay? So you have corrected her once, okay? And then this week, and then she apologized and said, it will not happen again, sounds familiar, right? It will not happen again. Then you notice that she tries to slip in late and pretend that she's on time and catch up with all the work. So when nobody's watching, she slips into work. But because she's such a good performer, she finishes all her work, right? But then you still keep saying that they're late, and some employees come and tell you, hey, she's always coming in late and she's just slipping in, but you don't know, right? So third time this week after the initial correction, you say, okay, that's it. Now I need to have a conversation. All right? So what you're going to attempt to do is to have that conversation with Tanya and take that conversation through to convey the message you want to convey. Okay? I'm just going to step aside so that everyone can watch you. Okay.
So I can start now.
Yes, you can start now.
Alright, hi Tanya. So it's come to my attention that you've still been coming late. I think we talked about this before. Maybe you could tell me why. Like, do you face any challenges coming to work, or maybe commuting, etc.?
All this while I thought that I can come in anytime I want, because nowadays most companies practice flexible hours and I work from home.
Sorry, in this scenario, is she already giving permission to work from home, etc.?
No, you continue the conversation based on whatever you think you've told her.
Oh, okay.
She will answer you.
Okay, I understand what you mean by that, but I believe HR would have already briefed you that we don't entirely implement flexible hours here, and more importantly, there are strict hours. If I'm not mistaken, your contract will say 9 to about 5. So
Yes.
we do need you to come in on time.
But you see, I'm in the sales and marketing, so the customers are only free after office hours,
I see.
of which I have to make appointment around 7, 8, 9 o'clock, and sometimes I have to entertain them in car, in coffee house, and extended until 10 o'clock
Right.
before they sign the contract and the purchase orders.
I see. So basically, the main issue here is that you have a lot of work that is basically past your office hours, and that's us indeed. Alright. Alright, let's say we do try and implement flexible hours. We would need you to come into the office maybe say 2 to 3 times a week. Would that be okay with you?
Okay, that sounds marvelous.
Alright. Likewise, we do need you to try and be as punctual as you can, because as you know,
But what if the customers would like to meet me up, let's say for the paperwork in the office, yeah, so it can't be done in our office. So, and it means right from my workplace, because I want to avoid the jam, going to the office and then punch in, punch back up, and then going to the client's place, and then back again. So it saves a lot of time if I were to go directly. With the previous departmental head, he allowed me to do that.
Okay, great. So let me see if I'm following correctly. So basically, with your job role, you do also clock out the work like during office hours to meet clients, etc., right?
Exactly.
Oh, Okay, I see.
Because I'm in sales and marketing.
Yeah,
So I'm not
understood.
limited to, within the office boss. Who is going to meet me and how are we going to clinch the deals? Customers want to meet me face to face. And besides, the contract says that I've got to meet a certain number of goals. And I've met it for the last 3 to 4 months. It wouldn't have happened if I hadn't met the customers beyond the office hours.
Alright, I understand where you're going with this, but at the same time, I think you have to understand that you're also working with a few other people. So I've received quite a few complaints that you are actually coming in a little bit later, etc. So assuming we do implement flexible schedule, I think what you could also do potentially is try and schedule meetings on the days you can work from home, etc. Like say you do have to meet clients and so on. And then maybe if there's any admin or paperwork you need to do, you could do that on the 2 days you do come to the office.
Yes, that's exactly what happened today.
Okay.
Yeah, because I just finished meeting a client and then bringing the document to the office to pass it over to the client's department.
Okay. Alright. But that's basically the point I'm trying to make. If you schedule meeting your clients on days you get to work from home, so to speak, it shouldn't really be an issue coming in on time.
You see, the appointment was only like part of the morning. So what do? Do I go home? Because customers always change the schedule from time to time.
I understand, but I'm sure you could always tell them that maybe it could be Thursday. Like for example, let's say you work in the office on say Thursday and Friday. You can always just say, hey, Thursday and Friday will not really work. We can do this week, next week, Monday and so on. Would that be an option?
If we want to close the deal with customers, we got to follow the plan.
That's fair, I understand.
Not imposing our office hour rule.
Okay, I understand what you mean. But you also work with a team of people, and so far this has never really been an issue with other people as well. And some of them do also meet some of the KPIs that you do. So perhaps
I
there's
still
something to try.
believe that I need more flexibility than having a fixed day. Because I cannot promise what time and which day the client can meet me. Because it's going to affect my goal. I also have sales goal. And of which my income is dependent on commission. I don't have a very high basic salary.
Alright. Maybe I can speak to HR about what they can do about your base salary. In the meantime, so you do need a bit more flexibility. What if we do implement a flexible schedule, and then you can choose the days you do come into the office? But we would need you to come in on time.
If okay, now I would agree. If let's say whenever they need me, they can reach me on Zoom
Okay.
or Teams. So there's no issue about having to see me face to face in the office. For my teams, for example, because my team members also go out with me sometimes.
Right.
So which team members would want to see my face in the office? Because my income will also affect my salary.
No, I understand as well.
So let's try to bring this to conclusion.
Oh, okay. I do feel like what I've suggested, having a flexible schedule where you can work from home or work from anywhere for 3 days, but with 2 days you do need to be in the office, and you can pick which 2 days. It sounds like a fairly fair deal, and I'm sure you can negotiate the schedule around that. Likewise, what we can do is also implement that department-wide, so people can choose along that, so it wouldn't really be as big an issue. But the main takeaway here is we do need to try and be on time at the very least on the days you do come into the office. Correct. So does that sound fair?
Yes, yes.
Alright. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pranav, thank you, Priscilla. Thank you, everyone, of course. Thank you very much. How do you think that went? What do you think? Would you have handled the conversation in the same way? So what I would like you to do is to let me know. Let's say first let's observe Pranav, okay? Because the point here is the interaction he is having, right? So Priscilla was the employee, and employees are employees, okay? Many of them. So tell me, what did you think was done well with what Pranav was trying to do?
I think he kept his calm pretty well.
He kept his calm, okay?
Tone of voice was pretty good.
Okay, very good.
he also looked like he also held his ground as a manager and didn't just give in completely to what the employee wanted, and in a way he was trying to find a compromise that would work best for the company.
Okay, so he tried to find, so first of all, he was calm. Okay, secondly, he didn't totally give in, but he was trying to find solutions. Am I right? Yeah? Okay. Anything else you observed that was done well? Yeah?
Actually, he did ask a lot of questions. Maybe because he was the new manager, so whatever the past is, he has it's not been aware of those schedule.
Alright.
Flexible working schedule that the person already have on the mindset.
Okay, so on the
in
side
that
that-
conversation,
yeah.
he managed to grab that information.
Absolutely. So I think he did clarifications, right? So he was trying to clarify. But I think what could have been better was to do maybe a little bit of homework. Like she said, you perhaps did not know what the circumstances were. And it was your fourth time talking to the person, right? So you've already spoken to the person how many times? Three times? Now it's your fourth time? So don't you think you need to plan your interaction? Yes. So whenever we want to talk to employees, we cannot just get there and start talking without planning. Planning and interaction is extremely important. Okay? What else? What else could have been done better? Well, what were the emotions
In this
that you could
case,
see?
right, the HR should also have informed the
That
manager.
should have been informed, okay?
No, the HR should have informed her, because he's now coming in as a new manager, right? So
Right.
they should have informed that we have these flexible working hours, whichever, So
Yes.
maybe they should have informed as well.
Agreed, provided that information has been taken to HR, right? So HR may have done, maybe he did not attend the session that HR said there is flexible working, or HR would have done this session before he joined the company, and then he has joined as a new employee and perhaps does not know. But when you have a situation, you need to go and check what are all the different things that may be relevant to your conversation. Only then will you be able to work around some solutions. Okay? Now let's talk a little bit about the emotions. So what did you see when you kept giving all these different ideas and solutions? What was what did you observe about Priscilla, as in Tanya's emotions?
She wants away.
She only wants her way, right? Okay.
Actually, she
I
wants
believe so many deals for the company, so I feel empowered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so she feels lack of empowerment at the moment because she feels like despite being a star performer, you still want to impose your way of doing it, correct? Okay, and did you feel like you were not getting to an end? Because if I didn't say, okay, bring it to conclusion, I think that conversation could have gone on and on, right? Until that there is no closure to it. Okay? So we also have to always remember, thank you, Sansi, thank you for writing those down. Anything else anybody wants to add before I
I think there's also another thing that's involved in culture. Because working culture of the companies, because some companies they follow all this, they give allowance for this working from home kind. But there are some companies still old-fashioned.
Right.
So they are still in the old-fashioned where in the future you won't get employees to want to work that way. So I think the flexibility of working from home and to be able to have a different time, but there's also the need for that person to come into office on a certain day to meet up with the boss or to the colleagues. So there should be some arrangement in such a way. So you meet everything from meeting clients to dealing with your own work time, plus also doing other things that's needed in the office. I think that should be.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you can take a seat, Sansi. Thank you. So basically okay, so I think in all of this, right, the most important thing to know is interactions are not easy, okay, and that's why we're here today. Alright, we're going to learn some techniques today, okay, as you can see. This session, by the end of this session, you should start feeling like you can take some ownership of your conversations, okay? And the work environment where people are comfortable taking risks, because you must also, it's just how we said, Priscilla was, Tanya, and she was feeling like, I just want my way, but he's not giving me what I want, So you are in an environment, and when people feel like that, then other things start getting into your mind. Like, oh, my boss doesn't trust me. I think my boss thinks, I'm not interested, or maybe he thinks I'm doing other things but telling him that I'm working, But I'm giving results, so what's he all about, And these are the emotions that start getting into your mind, and this is why sometimes you have very unhappy employees. But, if you can get 70% of your interactions right, you cannot keep everyone happy.
Yeah.
So I think the most important thing is effective coaching. As people managers, we must do effective coaching. Effective coaching is a process, not a random conversation. Okay? You want to coach someone, there are steps, there are things you must be aware of, okay? And you need to believe in a few things first before you actually even want to have a conversation. So as you can see here, when you actually do appropriate coaching, so this session, I've done this session in many other organizations, and one of the biggest things that they see is reduction in employee turnover. And because people are happy, conversations are better, they feel like they belong, and when they feel this way, then automatically people don't leave the company because they like the environment that they're working in. Okay? Now, some of the learning outcomes today. So by the time you finish this evening, you will, at the end of the session, you will be able to evaluate the difference between personal and practical needs. Okay? And of the coachee. So the coachee in this scenario earlier was Tanya, right? So you will know what is Tanya's personal needs, what's her practical needs, okay? And so every time we learn something, try to remember back the role play that we had, okay? Because by the end of it, we're going to see how we're going to work on it and how could we have done it differently, okay? Then, we are going to apply something called 10 basic beliefs. So this one is like a mantra, you've got to remember. And it has to always play behind your mind for you to have a successful interaction. You will, when I start rolling out the 10 basic beliefs that you must have, you will realize that, yeah, if I don't have this, then, clearly I'm not interacting in the correct manner. And no matter what you do to navigate through that interaction, you are actually going to start struggling because these 10 basic beliefs are not there. Okay? So, quick tip, when I'm talking about 10 basic beliefs, okay, you have a workbook in front of you, okay? You can flip them and you can write as many notes in a way that you can help yourselves remember what these 10 basic beliefs are, okay? But before we even get there, we have a few other setting the tone. We want to talk about conversations, what we see in conversations. But when we get there, 10 basic beliefs, very important section, okay? You must remember all the 10. I don't want you to parrot it, so you need to write things in your workbook so that you know how to remember it, okay? I have helped by putting pictures that are perhaps easiest to remember. So if you remember the pictures, chances are you remember your 10 basic beliefs, okay? But you may have your own style and your own way of remembering certain things, so please make notes as we go along. Next, we're going to inject esteem, empathy, involvement, share, and support. Okay, when you see these 5, these are called key principles. When you see these 5 key principles, now if you reflect back on the conversation we had just now, what was missing? Share was missing.
Share.
Right? Was Tanya able to share?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or did you share what your concerns were if you agreed to what Tanya was going to do?
Yeah,
See?
not really.
So there are some key principles, okay? Now, Tanya came in and the first thing you told Tanya, we've spoken a few times before, and I've just heard other people are complaining that you are late. Where is the esteem? Right? Where's the esteem? Where's the empathy?
What
Right?
could hurt a person would be straight away put a judgment.
Yes. So the conversation just now, you will realize that when you started it, it already started with a judgment. A judgment by Tanya on Pranav and Pranav on Tanya. So Pranav's judgment is, Tanya, yeah, okay, superstar, but she's forever late. And I have all these employees coming and complaining to me, my God, how can I deal with them when I just let her do what she wants to do? On the other hand, she's a superstar. She's coming in here and saying, he's only finding fault. I did so well last month. He didn't even say thank you, didn't even congratulate me. Example. Okay? So this is where you will see, when you inject some of these into your conversations, you will automatically make that conversation a lot more accommodating. Okay? Last one. We're going to develop a cycle of conversation with open, clarify, develop, agree, and close. Okay? So why do we want to do this? Because we want a positive outcome. So did we have a positive outcome from the conversation just now? How many of you think yes?
I think generally yes, it was positive, but maybe there is a small gap which could be closed.
So with the outcome just now, you said there was something positive. So what was positive about the outcome?
I think after she shared about her challenges in terms of meeting clients, timing and all those things, then he gave some flexibility to her in terms of what are the timing that she should come.
So what was the real objective? What was the practical need here?
The practical need for him was for her to come to work on time, go back on time. But in her actual job scope, she has to meet her clients anytime after her work time.
Okay.
So I think realistically, if I sit as a boss, I would think, I want to have a flexibility of having enough time for the person to rest and come to work. Because she finished with a client at 10 p.m. So
Right.
I think if you normally finish at 6, you still have that 4 hours. Now she's already exceeding her 4 hours every day. Maybe not every day, maybe certain days. But I think the agreement they had was a bit of flexibility and working out. But what could have been done was maybe could give her a few days that she wants to work from home to do all the documentation. A few days work, she can come in a bit later, but not every day, because there are days you might need to meet them. Also the days where meetings and interviews, so she has to come. That means she don't meet with clients on the day. So the arrangement could have been made that way. So then all the team has been updated so that they are all in sync. Nobody will complain that she's coming late anymore.
Okay.
So I think
Good
that-
suggestion. Good suggestion. However, it was not, so for me just now, that was not a positive outcome. Because what was the real practical need is for you to make sure that the rest don't come and complain to you that you're being biased. So you're the bias manager. Oh, now, okay, you agreed to be flexible with her. Then what happens to us? So-
I did mention friend within the whole department.
Exactly. So when you want to implement in the whole department, does that work with the company's goals?
Yeah, that's true.
So if everybody also decides to come when they want and go when they want, and just because they are performing, does that work for the company, right? So that's where the sharing, the vulnerability, sharing your thought, as the manager, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to share your thought, because at the end of the day, you've got to find solutions together. And the second thing is, you will find that in the interaction, as part of the develop phase, you can develop those ideas with the employee. You don't, so I think what I've been noticing so far is in all the suggestions that we are making, which happens very commonly with most managers, is that we are ready to give solutions because we've been there, done that. So we think we know, but it may not apply to that employee, right? So this, if you follow these stages of conversations, then you will realize that, hey, you know what? Yeah, now I missed that out. Oh, now I think I should talk about this. Okay, so this is what we're going to practice. Excited?
Yes.
Yeah? Excited? Okay, by the end of this session, it's a 4-hour session. okay, of structured and unstructured learning. Unstructured, why? Because it's going to be a lot of this interaction, okay? A lot of interactions. If we're talking about interactions, so we have to interact in this session. And how are we going to measure the success? Two ways. Okay, first, we're going to do a debrief. We did the before, we're going to do an after. Okay, we're going to pick somebody else to do the after. So we're going to start making a comparison to see what could have been done better, and eventually I will guide you through whatever we have learned into the final conversation that we will have and how we should inject all of that in, okay? Next, your exam. Sorry, I know it's a Saturday, but we have an exam. But I promise you it won't be difficult if you focus and you interact and you ask questions. This 80% will be very easy. It's an objective paper, just to recap a lot of the things that we learned, just to make sure you understand. Okay? Right, Module 1, Introduction to Real World Conversations. All of you have actually been through it, but I want you to turn to the page that shows you this same slide, yeah, the one that you have on right now. So start making some notes when you see this video, because I want you to let me know what are some of the things you see in this video. Okay? So let me... That's better? Sorry? Oh, it's still on the slide? Oh, wait a minute. Why is it not showing? Where's my slide? See the slide?
Still same slide.
Why is it still showing the slide? Okay. 1 second. Here we go. Here's your video. Yeah, okay. Ready? Write down whatever you observe.
Ray, there's a problem here. We better talk about this.
We've got some problems with the new supplier investigation, and we didn't want to wait till the last minute to let you know about
Listen,
the
we're just trying to figure out why our average experiencing equipment.
This is Monica. How may I help you?
I've got a problem with the 805 and a deadline in less than 15
Now that's the
minutes.
problem. Any ideas for solving it?
Ideas about how we should handle this.
I wanted to get your ideas on how we can keep the line supplied.
Policies out fast. Could you help me out? I'm with a client and I really need some original ideas.
I do have a couple of ideas about how we can speed up our work
This might
process.
be a little off the wall, but how about this?
Do you think maybe
Want us to let you know if we think of anything?
maybe we should
He doesn't want our ideas.
Won't we be in trouble if we don't suggest something?
You want to stay out of trouble, just smile and keep your mouth shut.
I'm open to any ideas you have.
Maybe production could, you can't throw that back on production. I wasn't throwing anything back on you.
The whole point of this meeting is to hear the data you collect.
Well, at least it won't be a long meeting.
You sound concerned.
Of course I'm concerned.
I thought you perceptive. I thought you people would be there when I do.
it's done the way I always do it.
I left out a big section of information and I need to process this.
Is this what you're talking about?
You must be joking.
Think you could have said anything different to keep her from flying off the handle?
Based on what he said, I have an idea of how you might have handled the
I
conversation.
had to rewrite some of your sections to simplify the language. The writing was complicated and technical. I was afraid the customer might be confused.
Good job. And that payment section you were concerned about didn't give you any trouble.
What do you think?
I think you're ready for the main event.
So do I. We have a clear rundown of the basic facts and big picture.
Anything else we need to talk about?
But maybe we can figure something out and put our heads together. You got time to talk about it today?
Let's schedule time and talk about it.
You want to talk about it this way? We do a checks way, we do it. You're right, no.
What's up? I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, I guess you do.
Okay. So, how did you find that conversation?
Initially, like a lot of them were defensive.
Mhm.
It seemed negative, like with the tone of voice, the
Right.
verbal communication. Some of it was a bit positive, like it's inclusive, like saying, so what do you think? And then also they were smiling at the person. So at least like you want to listen and come tell me what you think.
Okay.
So those are some of the things I noticed.
Okay. What about Anurag?
There's a difference between, how negative the situation appears when people say keep your mouth shut or don't give ideas, or how people are worried that, they're going to get shut down, or the company is going to take a negative light if you give your idea. And then there's also another part of the review that shows that it's a collaborative working environment where you want to spark ideas.
Yes.
And then if you also look at the people that say, tell me what you think, or I'll schedule time for you, it gives a bit more empathy and shows that they actually care. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, we don't know.
So whether it's lip service or it's not lip service, we saw a whole load of conversations that could be positive, negative, full of emotions, interruptions, irritation. Some people just, now the recent trend is, we go silent, we just don't talk. We say, okay, whatever happens, it happens. And then when the time comes, I just resign because I don't want to talk about it. Okay? So I think what's important for us to remember that, we need to make a difference, okay, by using and applying skills to develop or maintain positive, participative, productive conversations, which is what we're going to try to do. And the key to successful interactions is another thing that we're going to tick the box on to meet most of the leadership challenges. There will be challenge. There is no way we're going to have interactions with no challenge, okay? But what are some of the things that we saw? Positive, negative emotions, fear of communicating. Some people think that if they actually communicate, then they are going to be reprimanded for it, okay? They do not wish to speak about how they feel, interruptions in conversation. Everything seems like a problem. You heard the word problem. I have a problem, right? So everything seems like a problem, a need to tick the box. We saw a bit of a blame game, tension during meetings, we said, oh, let's put it on production, and then why is it production's problem? So this is what happens on a day-to-day basis, and it creates a lot of hostility. Okay? People in today's world do not leave companies, they leave people. Most of the time, people leave an organization because their boss was just a pain, or the boss was not listening to them, or the culture in the company, like Puvati mentioned just now, culture of a company is not really giving them what they believe in. Okay? Recently, Gen Y, Gen Z, they tend to have a lot of this sort of emotional attachment, and we have a few of you here, so I'm sure you realize that I think the tolerance that the Gen X had with this sort of conversations were much higher. Some of the conversations you saw where they said, if you really want to do well, you just zip it and keep your mouth shut and don't do anything about it, right? That used to be the old ways. The new way is, I either tell you, oh, I found a better job, so thank you very much, or they're very vocal. They come and tell you why they're not happy with the way you're managing them. Okay? So, if you think you are leading and nobody is following you, then you're really not a leader. Okay? So, it's very, very important that if you want to lead, you really have to be a leader. People must follow you. They must like your way of doing things. Okay? And to do this, you have to always remember that you are dealing with different levels in the organization, different types of people, people with different upbringings, and in a variety of situations. So who said people were easy? Absolutely not. Okay? You don't work with vacuum, you work with people. Regardless, that's why they always say, have you been to an organization where, the HR manager normally feels, like Puvati has been a HR manager, and I'm sure she will agree with me when she says that, everybody thinks they know how to do HR because they all deal with people, right? But this is actually a very, very specialized skill on how to deal with people around you. Okay, so it's important for us to learn, okay, about the people that we work with. Okay, we also want to make sure that we take the time to listen and to observe what's happening, their emotions, and what do we learn? Plan your interactions ahead of time. Because when you plan, you perhaps have it more under control. Okay? So today we are going to talk about 10 basic beliefs 5 key principles, and the last one, interaction guidelines. Okay, so 10 basic beliefs is the belief you need to have, the mantras you need to sing to make sure that you are using these 5 key principles in a roadmap, like a pathway of interactions which starts from opening a conversation to ending a conversation. Okay, let's start with 10 basic beliefs. Okay, so this is where you need to make your own notes to remember. Okay, I'm going to ask you to repeat to me what these 10 basic beliefs are. Okay, but like I said, it's not meant to be parroting. You need to believe in it. Okay, so what's the first one? Okay, you can see a picture of a tailor, right? So associates or employees, right? Employees' needs are critical. Alright. Why I said associates, because sometimes they could be a business partner, it could be any other, not necessarily an employee, you could be collaborating. So when we say the person you're associating with, associates' needs are critical. Okay, you have to believe this first. So why do I have a picture of a tailor? Because it's one size fits one. Everybody has different needs. Okay, all of us sitting around the table here today, you have different needs that you want to take away from this training. Correct? So, why do I have individual interactions? Why do I check with individual? Because I need to make sure that what you want to take home, you can also take home. Not just give you a generic conversation and say, okay, we are done. We've learned 10 basic beliefs. Yeah? Okay, treat people the way you want to be treated. So if you believe that associates' needs are critical, you will treat them the way you want to be treated. So if you were to treat your employee like that, imagine how you want your boss to treat you. If you wish your boss will listen to you and ask you and clarify a few things, do the same. Do the same with the employee. Okay, because whatever you want to be treated, if you think you're going to be unhappy if your boss treats you like that, don't do it to the employee. Okay? Next. You need to trust that these needs are real. Okay? So for instance, just now in the example that we were talking about, so you heard Tanya mention that, yeah, but sometimes it's very difficult if I go home and then I have to come to the office, then I have to do my paperwork, then I go back home again, and then I have to meet a client, and then I have to go to another place to go. You can see, she's already so agitated because these are all her needs and she's telling you, right? But if you don't believe that these needs are real, then you're never going to believe her. You're going to think that she's making all the excuses that she can so that she can work from home. Okay, so first you need to trust that the needs are real. Once you trust, then you will start seeing them. Okay, so what's the first belief? Needs are critical. Okay? Second, anything can be improved. Do you believe that? Is there anything that cannot be improved? Anything that cannot be improved? There's actually nothing really impossible if you try, isn't it? It would be hard to get to some destination, it would be easy to get to some destination, but there's definitely a way. There's some way to do it. Okay? Maybe we don't know, but somebody else might know. So anything can be improved. It is whether you want to put your mind to it that, okay, this is my not so good employee, but I believe I can do something about it. Okay? Next one. Quality is everyone's job. Do you agree? Do you know what is this picture? This is the world record set by 181 skydivers, largest all-female skydiving formation. Right? You just imagine if one of them did not do what they had to do well. Do you think they will make this formation?
Isn't that first one technically out of formation?
This one just flew off. No, it was like they were opening off, but that was the full formation. They captured the picture when it was dispersing, but yeah. Okay, so you can see if they are not in quality, they will not be part of the main picture, right? So in that sense, quality is everyone's job. Everyone. Either you are part of it or you're not part of it. Okay, what was the first one?
Association needs are critical.
Very good. Association needs are critical. The second one. Anything can be improved, and now we are at quality is everyone's job. Okay, so this would have been impossible, as I said. Now, involve the people who know the job best. How many of you have come across this saying? They hired me to do my job, but eventually they are doing my job at work. You know, you hire people because you interview them. You know you're hiring them because they know this job. They are the specialists in doing what they're doing, right? And eventually what do? They try to tell you what you need to do all the time. So why hire me? Then you do it yourself, right? So involve the people who know the job best. Going back to the conversation. The person who knows what struggles they're going through is the coachee. The person you're trying to coach, right? So you need to involve them in your conversation. If you don't involve them, what's going to happen? You are going to just keep telling them what to do, and they're not necessarily going to agree. So you have to believe that they know something more than you. And that's why you need to involve them in your conversations. Okay? Next. Reward your employees for a cost-effective idea implemented successfully. Your employees know what makes your guests tick. Okay? Now, earlier conversation, Tanya was saying, I know what my clients want. That's why I have to run around behind them. So because of that, I cannot come to work on time. I have to go and sign my papers where I'm signing. Correct? But if you don't listen to all of that, you're just going to end up making her come regardless. Because it's not a job that you can just fix and say, oh no, you tell your client, okay, I can still come to your office, but I'll only do that on Wednesday and Thursday. How is that going to satisfy the client, right? So there's got to be other solutions. And maybe if you had prompted Tanya may have had the answer herself to tell you what might be a possible solution that will work for everyone. Okay?
So I have a question regarding the previous slide.
Sure.
So you said reward your employees for a cost-effective idea. When you say reward, are you talking about intrinsic reward or monetary reward?
No, rewards don't have to be monetary. Okay, rewards can be very, very intangible. Rewards can be buying them a book, giving them an idea to read something because you know what is their strength and where you want to, how you want to elevate them.
But technically buying them a book still is a monetary reward.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gesture. You could get a book from the library and give them.
Sure, yeah.
Suggest to them where they could go and find these reading materials. It doesn't have to be monetary.
But is it more towards, you're trying to specifically get it based on what the employee likes, or is it just some sort of...
So you need, so earlier, we were talking about
understanding people.
Understanding people, right? How many of you here? Okay, so say you have your best employee in your team. Okay? Without lying.
Sure.
Do you know the birthday of this employee?
Yeah, 2nd October. 2001.
Year?
2001.
How many people in the family?
How many people? So he has a mom, dad passed away when he was 16. He has a brother with married at 21. 2 kids, just gave birth, the wife just gave birth to the second kid.
Okay.
He has an uncle, his uncle, and he has an auntie that recently got breast cancer, so she's not doing too well.
God, he's a good manager.
Good. He was
but that's important.
Also been released from high school.
Yes. In a lot of places, you go and ask people, okay, maybe your 5 top employees in your department, and you ask them this question. Very rarely somebody can do this. But if you can do this, that's a good step forward.
He's also been, we were high school friends, yeah.
Okay.
So I've known him for years.
So perhaps you've known him for years. But we talk about random employees, right? So if you have a random employee, very rarely you will remember all of these things about your employee.
What if, there's no recording people, right? What if, mine is a large organization. So maybe if they send an email out to the rest of the team to say, congratulations to this person, they've done this.
Recognition. Absolutely. So rewarding an employee means making them feel special, making them feel good. And there are many ways of doing it. It could be in a briefing that you might want to just shout and say, hey, this person has done really well. But when you do these kind of things, later you will learn that you need to be very specific as well. Otherwise, it starts sounding like you're doing it for the sake of doing it.
Yeah.
So that part of it, we have to be extremely careful, but definitely reward does not just mean money.
Just to clarify one more thing, right? When you said that you have to be very specific with it, how do you draw the line when it becomes too frequent? Because you don't want to just keep giving them for small little things where they just start expecting like, oh, okay, if I do this, I'll get a reward.
Yeah, so you don't need to do it all the time. Okay, but it must be when you also must add value. It must bring some value. It's not about he remembered to say hello to me yesterday when he was walking past. Like this is okay, but if he was able to cut a really good deal for the company, and because of that, the company has moved their employee satisfaction survey milestone to something else. Okay, now this we are talking is made an impact. Okay, so you have to be selective. You have to be very selective. You have to be very balanced with whatever you are trying to do, but you still need to recognize. You still need to reward in whichever way or form. Okay, so those kind of things you will see over a period of time. You yourself will realize, I think I'm doing it a bit frequently now. I'm going to look like a biased manager who's only talking about this employee, because that employee might be just your superstar. And every time you keep talking about this employee, you will already hear noise. Everybody will already say, I don't think, now he's doing it because, that's like his blue-eyed boy. So he always talks about him. All right?
Can I just add on to this? I think coming back to that, right? Like basically, I feel like, his question was, if you keep doing that every time we say, done a good job. So end of the day, this person, maybe like she said, it's a blue-eyed girl or boy. But what about the other employee? For me, my personal opinion would be, you give the recognition maybe in a meeting or when you are having something going on, say that this person has done a good job. But I believe strongly that whatever you say, the words has to be in line with the actions.
Yes.
So sometimes company don't have benefits, like they don't have like quarterly, half yearly or what. So they're only waiting for the year-end performance review. So when you think this employee is very good, I think you should compensate the employee during the performance review. I think that builds respect of you becoming a boss, because I think, to me, sometimes I have seen bosses, done a good job, but come to performance review, just meet. I've seen some employees being given just meet standard. So how you differentiate? I think that mindset that this person has done a good job and I'm going to really reward for this performance review, it has to be very strong. And you go to some companies, they have all this percentage, you can give above expectation. So you have to fight for it sometimes, because I have experienced it once when I had a team of 55 people in my training and development team in Seven. And my department was the one got the highest percentage of above, because they always have target 55% only can get this amount, you go on the high level. But I told my boss, I think since I took over the department, I've seen so many changes. People are doing the job, it's tough, but they're doing it. So I think you have to stand on your ground to make sure you reward. I personally feel that very strongly. Because some bosses, they're not daring to go out there to fight with the management and say that, no, we can't. It's all about money, they don't want to pay out. They try not to pay out.
Sharing, that was great, but that's what I meant by being specific. When you actually want to reward someone or recognize someone, you need to know why you are doing that, not just recognizing, well done, fantastic, doesn't mean anything. Okay? You can do that in a group and say, guys, great, but even then you need to justify why you're saying it's great, right? Okay, so who remembers, before we go to the next one, who remembers the first one? Very good, okay, next. Anything can be improved, and then?
Quality something.
Quality something. Quality is everyone's job, okay? And then? Involve the people who know the job best. And now, we are on the fifth one. People want, need, and deserve respect. Any of you don't want respect? No? You want. and you need to be respected, right? So another thing that happens very often in organizations, right? So I used to work for hotels for years. The general manager, when he talks to his manager, he's very careful. When he talks to the steward, he has got another tone, he's got another style. But he thinks he's somebody and that steward is supposed to be, I don't know, his coolie maybe, but that's not the way, right? Everyone at every level, okay, you have to remember that everybody is a father of someone or a uncle of someone. You know, he might not be sitting in a very high position, but he has got things to manage. So he needs to be respected, okay? So very, very important to treat others the way you would like to be treated, regardless of whatever their level is, okay? So we finished 5. 5 to go. Teamwork works. Now this is one of my favorite pictures. Why? Who knows what this is? Dragon boat. Yeah, how many of you have done dragon boat? I've done dragon boat. So it's actually one of my favorite pictures. So dragon boat, right? You will realize that this is one example that you have to work as a team. When they say go, you all have to go in the same direction, move in the same direction, and you just imagine the last fellow at the back, they're suddenly moving in the other direction, everything will topple. Okay, so Dragon Boat really talks about teamwork works. Every single person on that boat, including the guy who is actually the so-called drummer, who drums to keep the tone, right, is a team. If he also hits the tone wrongly, everybody will start going and the boat will start shaking. Okay? But I've personally witnessed how fast a boat can move. I mean, I imagine I've done dragon boat, so I'm no expert, but my boat has won. Why? Because everybody just does it in the same way and they follow, right? So teamwork can bring you a lot of success. So fuel that allows common people to attain uncommon results. Okay, so I'm like a common woman. Winning a dragon boat race is an uncommon result, okay, for me. So if you believe in teamwork, you leverage on everyone who works with you, you will see success. This is another favorite of mine. What is this? There's value in differences. You see different shapes, right? So you see, can you put a square into a circle or a circle into a square if they are the same size? Unless there was a circle like that, right? So that's the difference. So it's very uncommon for you to see a square with a circle in the middle, right? So this is different. And only because this is different, this fits in there, right? Otherwise, shapes, right? When you talk about cylinder, you talk about triangle, if you try to fit them with one another, it doesn't work. But so why is the pyramid a triangle and not a square?
Is it some sort of architectural question or is there some...
yeah, so it has its own purpose of...
That's the base.
That's the base. The foundation is big and it had to carry all of that to go to its peak, okay? I'm no engineer, so no, it's not an architectural question, but a pyramid is the way it is because of its own reasons, okay? Why do you see... why is the ball round?
So that you can move faster because there's less friction.
So that you don't hurt somebody when they kick it. Imagine having a square ball to kick. You start hurting yourself because of the corners, right?
Yeah.
So there's value in differences, right? I can't explain this more, so it's easy to remember. Each shape has its purpose. This must be respected in order to have the best outcome of the situation. Okay? Let's go back to what is number 4. 4. Wow, Laura, very good. And anything can be improved was number
3.
2. 2?
Yeah, 2.
And what's number 3 then?
Quality.
Quality is everyone's job. Well done, okay? Number 5?
Respect.
Something with respect. So what was that? People?
Everyone wants
One need and deserve respect. And now we are here at there's value in differences. Okay? Enough? Is there a 4?
Wait, what? That was number
4 more?
7.
No, there's number 7. Sorry, 3 more. Good, you're keeping count. Okay. Supporting others contributes to success. How many of you believe that if you support others, your role will go? How many of you believe that say, okay, now I'm going to support everybody, and one day this fellow is going to be smarter than me, and then that's it, they might fire me. How many of you feel that when you go to work? No, right? Good. Because there are people who feel this way, so they don't support others. They stop supporting people because they believe that if they teach everything they know, then somebody will take their job and then they have no job. Okay, but think about it this way. If you support others, it will contribute to the team's success, okay? And if it contributes to the team's success, you actually can learn more things. Alright? So, I am going to use, do you see a balloon on the table?
Yes.
Very good. We're going to use this balloon to do a quick exercise, okay? There's some marker pens there. You're going to blow the balloons. Okay? Yes, now. You're going to blow the balloons now, okay? And you are going to write on that balloon the first 8, basically.
All 8?
All 8.
All 8.
How?
Right.
So that means all of us write 1, is it, is it?
No, you write what you remember. I'm just trying to ask you to remember.
Oh, so it's not some sort of teamwork exercise,
Right, what is that? What the list? Can you repeat? Right?
Write the 8 basic beliefs that you've learned so far. I want
Okay,
to see.
wait, can I ask one more question just to
Yeah,
clarify?
sure.
Do you blow the balloon and tie the balloon or?
Tie the balloon because I'm going to seal it in there. So you remember. Okay? It's an act. It's an act. So by the time you blow it, you write, so you remember. Seal inside there. Whatever you're blowing into it, think of all the 8. Think of all the 8 basic beliefs and now start writing. You can use the smaller pen if you want because
Are we supposed to write it from memory or are we allowed to refer?
of course write from memory. That's the whole idea.
That makes a lot more sense.
If you can refer then
Yeah, that makes exercise. I was trying my luck.
okay, no.
If you can't remember the whole sentence,
You write what you remember.
support each other.
Then support others contributes to success. I have 6 participants in the room. So I hope you're going to remember all 8 quickly.
I remember 2. That's it.
Okay?
Yeah.
You remember 2?
Yeah.
You need help time this?
Yeah, I'll try to
Yeah, I remember
Doesn't have
two
to
too.
be in the
I remember the first one.
And number 6.
What's number 6?
Teamwork works.
I remember the quality is everyone's job. That's number 3, right, Laura? Number 3.
Yeah.
So there,
The
they remember it.
Quality is everyone's job.
Quality is
Okay, you have 1 minute, right?
1 minute? I can't even write that fast.
Associates.
Yellow, you can't even see what you're writing.
That's a very
Associate
good
is
point.
critical, number 1. Teamwork works, number 3. Then quality is everyone's job.
Number?
Teamwork works is not number 3.
Number 6, right?
Teamwork work is number 6.
Oh, must write according to order.
No, just write.
Then the one respect, everyone needs respect.
Okay, associates got 2 S or 1 S?
Oh my god! Associates too! Associate too.
Hey, but it says associates.
Yeah.
Oh, so I can't put it.
I don't know.
Can. You need to, I said don't know parenting, remember your sense of it.
Yeah.
So as long as it makes sense, they can use it or
Right, what do you remember? Son, the balloon is so small, we have to write it.
Oh, number 2 is what was number 2?
Everything can be.
Thank you.
Because the last 2 is very easy.
Last
The
two?
first 8 is the hard to remember.
Oh, okay.
So,
Anything can be improved.
so this act is meant to make sure that throughout,
So you really
after you
doctor
read
said,
this
right?
lesson, you remember this.
I don't.
Yeah? Can?
Don't say I got doctor said,
Can? 10.
Sure.
That's the whole idea. Otherwise, how will you have interactions? You need to believe.
Everyone's needs.
Job.
Yeah.
Okay, how many now? End of 1 minute. How many do you have?
3.
3?
I wrote the first 3.
Okay, how many do you have? 7, okay. 6, okay. How many do you have? 5,
Hey, she said
okay.
stop, man. 1 minute.
Huh?
Stop.
Hey, stop.
Laura, how many do you have?
7.
7. Okay, so let me ask Laura to read out the 7.
I got 4 by the way.
Hey, you do that there.
Okay, wait. So we'll do a quick one. Another 1 minute before we continue. Laura, read your 7.
Associate needs is critical. Everything can be improved. Quality is the first job.
I got 3.
Involve people who knows the job. Teamwork works. There is value in difference. Supporting others contributes to success. The number 5 I write halfway.
Halfway. What is it?
Everyone's needs, respect everyone's needs and deserve.
Wants and
People
desires.
want, need, and deserve
Oh,
respect.
deserves. Okay.
Okay, good. What was missing?
But that was the one she was missing.
But there was 7 already, is it?
Yeah, that's 7.
Now you just gave me the 8.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Oh, you were listening.
Yeah.
Though you wrote 3. What are the 3 you
No,
wrote?
I see. Here, I write very slowly. I'm very bad at writing.
Okay.
Associates' needs are critical. I don't think that's right. Anything can be improved. Quality is everyone's job.
Good.
Yeah.
Can I
Not
ask?
bad. Yeah.
Number 1 is associate needs are critical.
Is it critical?
So just now she said everything can be improved, no, anything can be
I don't
improved.
think anything. Okay, everything.
Anything
I
can.
wrote everything.
Ah,
So the
Is it everything or anything?
anything.
Oh.
Yeah,
Anything can be improved.
But it's
Okay?
everything also, right?
Huh?
Anything is everything.
That's true.
Not
Anything is everything.
What thing is
Yeah,
everything?
accepted.
True.
Okay, next, let's look at
Trust begins with you.
who's gone to the circus. Do you watch trapeze in circus?
Have you been to
You never? Have you been to a circus? Do you know what this is?
Yeah.
Yeah? So somebody is going to, so trust begins with you, right? You're going to jump, somersault, fall the other side, and you're going to get that person to catch your hand, right? Are you going to jump and say, I trust you, catch me, and jump? No. Trust begins with you. You need to trust that that person is going to catch you, right? Trust me, I'm going to jump, but don't know whether that person's going to catch or not, okay? So that's not going to work. So every time, earlier we were talking about when you're evaluating an employee's, conversation and what they're telling you, always trust, because it starts with you, okay? If you don't, then your conversation will already go the lopsided way, okay? And the last one, you are responsible for your own success. Okay? So I always say this. When you point at people, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. So whenever you try to play the blame game, oh, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, look at yourself. Right? So usually you are responsible for your own success. Okay? I can teach you, like today, I can teach you everything. I can tell you 10 basic beliefs. I can tell you, please remember. Think ways of remembering it. But if you choose not to do it, I can't help you with your interaction, right? But if you choose to be responsible and you choose to try to remember, you try to make different things work, and maybe today you remember 5, you go back and find ways to remember another 5 because you know this is important, then you might have successful interactions in the future, or at least progressing towards it. Okay? Clear? 10 basic beliefs. Anything that you feel you shouldn't believe. Anybody here thinks out of the 10 that I told you, nah, Nanthini, no, we don't this also, I will say that. Anybody? No? I think these 10 are quite critical for interactions, okay?
If it's not, I'm sorry, you may not even be interacting with others, but also
your interactions within yourself.
Within yourself. Yeah. So yes.
Number 7, right? There's value and differences. This one, I think, at certain point of time can be a bit challenging because you have a team with different mindset. They come from different background, different culture, the belief systems are different. Sometimes it can be a bit challenging to put them together, but I think there are times that you have to move on with, certain people's attitude who know they will not change, but you try to see how you can work around them instead, because.
But this is a belief. So why is it a belief? It is not how you should navigate through a conversation. You need to believe that everybody sitting around here now has some value. Whether you use it to your advantage or you don't want to use it, or you just listen and you park it because it may be valuable at another time, there is value in differences. That's all it's saying. So it's a belief that you must have, because if you don't, then you will be doing the talking all the time. I don't care what you think, but this is how you need to do this. This is how we're going to work on this. Then anybody else has a better idea, you will never hear it.
So in this part, I would say the value and differences, sometimes it can be beneficial to you, sometimes it will be non-beneficial.
Absolutely.
So it has two ways of
Yes, but you just need to believe that everyone is different. Okay? So now let's talk about this. Who knows Maslow theory? You do? Oh, very good. Okay. So Maslow theory is a very common theory that people talk when they talk about needs. Okay? Everybody starts with the base, where you just need food, water, and sleep. Nowadays, needs cannot stop here. If it stops here, you're finished. Okay? So everybody then starts now wanting money, job security, bodily safety. So you can measure yourself from some of the poorest people who don't really get a lot of things, where this means the world to them. And then there are people who start moving up the ladder, right? And then they reach here, or a position now. I've worked 2 years now, I've worked 40 years. Now I have a role to play. And then in that role to play, once you reach self-actualization, you really don't care what you're called anymore in the organization. You just want to be happy and satisfied with the job that you do, because, like for me, I think I'm at self-actualization. I want to impart knowledge. I don't care what my role is called, right? At one time, I was at self-esteem. Oh, I need this role, director, global director, whatever I want to call myself, but no. So now I've reached a stage where, okay, all these titles, been there, done that, but now I want to impart knowledge. That's the peak of that. But what is this trying to say? Everybody has different needs. So that might be my need, okay? But what is Anurag's need at the moment?
The esteem.
Esteem, right? Exactly. So, and what could be, I don't think anybody is sitting here anymore. Okay, what could be, does anybody have the need to, how many singles want to make families now? So you take care of yourself only, and then eventually now, okay, talk about friendship, family, you need some love, right? So everybody at different stage of their life, they have different needs. Okay, the same person could have been through this entire journey. But when you're interacting with people, you always need to remember you do not know where, on which stage that they are in, and that's why you need to know them. When you know them, it's sometimes easier to have conversations with them, because you know what is it that they want to achieve. What is their personal need? Okay, so here, everybody has needs. We're going to talk about 2 types of needs, okay? First need is personal needs. This is normally the employee. So just now, Tanya and Pranav. So Tanya was having personal need to feel valued, need to feel respected. Did we take care of all of that? No. We said, never mind. You just make sure you come to work on time, okay? Then she wants to be listened to. Whether she comes and says it or not, sometimes employees may not initiate the conversation, but they want to be listened to. And they want to have a chance to voice their ideas and suggestions. Okay? I can see that she was trying to voice the suggestions, but because you were not familiar with what the rules of the organizations were, you may not have been able to accommodate and say, oh, that's not bad an idea, let's see how we can work it with the rest. Okay? And then we have practical needs, which is your need. You want to accomplish a task, you want to solve a problem, Okay? That you want to act on a situation, all other employees coming and complaining to you, so you need to act on it. And that's a practical need. Get information or ideas and you need to gain commitment, which didn't happen this time. The commitment was not there. Okay? So, personal and practical needs often come hand in hand. That's why it's like a scissors. The picture of the scissors explains to you that if you remove one part of the scissors, you cannot cut the paper anymore. Right? So it goes hand in hand. It's very important to remember that. We're going to watch a video on inner struggle. So what is inner struggle? What's inner struggle? Yoga? Anxiety. Okay. So how do you solve it? By popping the tablet. Okay, inner struggle taken care of.
Talking to yourself, I think.
Talking to yourself. Okay, good. What else?
Coming up with a proper reasoning and plan to what's happening and why and what should be done. Basically having a plan.
Okay. So let's watch this video. We're going to watch a video on inner struggle. There is this lady, Liz. Okay. She's got an employee who's going to come and talk to her. Okay, there's some questions that we're going to answer on your paper, so watch the video, okay? And then you will realize that she's got an inner struggle and how she chose to deal with it. Okay? Ready? Let's see.
Hey, have I ever let you down? Well, I was planning on spending the rest of the afternoon on it. Maybe it's evening. No, there's nothing you can do. Thanks for asking. Let me get back to work and I'll have it to you first thing tomorrow. No problem. Right. You too. Bye.
Liz,
Hey, Paul.
you've got to talk.
Oh no, this doesn't look good. What is it?
The information I'm supposed to pull together for the task force meeting tomorrow, I haven't even started on it. You wouldn't believe the week I've had.
The week you had. You want to hear about bad weeks, Paul? Then just sit down.
Project, which is bad enough in itself.
Don't sit down. Now we'll never get through. Wait a minute. This guy looks really frazzled. And we're not. Then we should know how he feels.
And I'm still not finished. So I haven't had a spare minute to
Who cares how he feels? How do we feel about him not being ready for the meeting and wait till the last minute to tell us? Ask him why he didn't tell us sooner. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You had to know earlier than this. You might have been able to work something out.
I didn't know. I mean, it caught me by surprise. I got so far behind, I put it on the back burner and then I forgot about it.
He forgot? Of course, that's Paul. Completely disorganized. Look at him. Did you ever think of writing things down? I mean, this isn't the first time you've forgotten something like this.
Well, I have a to-do list. When things are this hectic, you forget to look at it.
Great. Now we're going to have to pay for him being disorganized.
You don't know the week I've had. While all this has been going on at work, my youngest is having problems in school again.
Not that story again. Get rid of him. We don't have time to listen to this. Wait a minute. This guy may be his own worst enemy, but can't we take a minute to listen? You can see he's under a lot of pressure. Pressure? We'll be working here till 9 tonight. That's pressure. Tell him to stop whining, get back to his desk, and pull that information together. What'll that accomplish? Make him feel like a 2-year-old? And it's sure not the best way to get the information either. We're being way too easy on this guy.
Between problems at home.
Look, he's slowing down now. I think he feels better just having someone listen. Well, I'm not listening anymore. Decide how you want to handle this guy, and let's get on with it. Show him you understand.
Realizing I completely forgot about
You've had weeks like this too, haven't you?
I have had a week to end all weeks.
Paul, I know exactly where you're coming from. There are weeks when no matter how hard you work, you just can't keep up.
That's my life lately.
And then having to deal with problems at home on top of it all. Well, that could fit anyone over here.
That's where I am now.
Now look, Paul, this meeting is really important, and we have to be prepared. I know you know that. Now, what were you thinking you could do to get ready? I mean, is there anything you can pull together?
Well, I thought maybe you could help me to figure out we absolutely need, so I wouldn't lose any more time.
You want to take a minute and talk about it now?
Oh, that'd be great. The figures are pretty easy to get, but the status...
Okay. How did you feel about that conversation? Was it easy? Yeah?
I think initially she already had
Yeah.
already had a problem with this guy.
So all are Malaysians here, right? So you can see, one is the shaitan and the other one is the angel, right? So normally when we have conversation, so just now when you were having conversation with, okay? So be very honest, right? I'm sure you had this going on in your head, like, Jesus, I'm telling her, she's still, going on and on about trying to say this is what she wants to do. Where are we getting from, what am I going to go and tell those guys? I'm sure all this was running through your mind when you were actually having a conversation with Tanya, right? So this happens on a day-to-day basis. So let's debrief the video activity that we just saw, okay? So what were Paul's personal needs? So Paul is the employee, right? So employees have personal needs. So what was his personal need?
I think in this case, he kind of just needs someone to help me for the maturity.
Somebody to just listen to him. Yeah? Okay, good.
You know what's the most important to actually solve for the presentation, whatever, so it doesn't waste more time.
Yeah, okay. He was not ready anymore. His mind was not working. If he tried to do it by himself, maybe he will not have it completed. Okay? So, he wants to be listened to and to have Liz understand his problems and concerns pertaining to that presentation. Good. Now, what reasons did Liz have for choosing not to meet Paul's needs, personal needs? So I'm the boss, right? I don't want to listen to Paul. So what do you think her reasons were?
She had her own work.
She had her own work, okay, which was also backlogging. And he is disorganized. So she thinks that if she leaves it to him, what's going to happen now?
You mess it up.
He'll mess it up. Okay? Something that we always tend to do. We always try to take over because we really think, if I'm going to let him do, already missing the deadline, now we're never going to finish it, right? So this is why she chose. Well, what did she choose? Eventually, who got sent off? The devil or the angel? Yeah, the shaitan went away. Why? What reason did she have to choose Paul's needs?
She empathized with the situation. She's had weeks like that.
Yeah, she's had her own weeks like that, right? So she's empathized, that's the word. Very good. And he needed somebody to listen to him. She realized that because suddenly he was just rattling away and she realized that somebody needs to listen to him. And they needed to be prepared for the meeting. So what is this? This part, this is actually, this one is actually the what need? The practical need, right? So Liz being the employer or the line manager, her practical need was this. She needs to be prepared for the meeting. And the personal need of Paul was, somebody please listen to me because I'm drowning. Okay? So you have to put 2 and 2 together, and what did she decide to do? She listened to herself, saying that you need to help the guy, that you understand what he's going through. And what would have happened if Liz did not make that choice? Exactly. You wouldn't have been ready for the meeting. So can you see when you have inner struggles, right? Can you see why you need to navigate between the personal needs and the practical needs to make sure you make the right choices on how you want to navigate your conversation? If you don't think about the personal needs and the practical needs, you might find yourself doing what the shaitan is telling you to do. Or you know what, let him go and do it. Why do I have to? Maybe let him drown, but indirectly who will be on the losing end? Yes, because it is her team, right? So, we are going to go to module 3. Is everyone ready? So before we do that, let's go around the table very quickly. Everybody give me one basic belief.
Quality is everyone's job.
Quality is everyone's job.
Team, yeah, wait, hold on, I got this. Associate needs are critical.
Associate needs are critical, very good. Teamwork works, okay.
You're responsible for your own success.
You're responsible for your own success. Okay, Laura first.
Anything can be improved.
Anything can be improved.
Done. All yours
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Quality is everyone's job. Sounds it.
Quality is everyone's
Yeah.
job. What else?
It goes back to
What are we missing?
I know the best person.
Everyone wants needs and deserves
Ah,
And then
so
don't
people
hire
want, need
somebody
and
for
deserve
the job
respect.
and do it
One more.
yourself.
Yes, involve people who know the job
Ah,
best.
That's the one.
Right. Trust.
Right.
Trust yourself.
Trust begins with you, not trust
You are
yourself.
responsible for your
Begins with
success.
you. You have to trust others. Okay.
Something supporting, I think.
And supporting others contributes to
Success.
Very good. We did 10. Okay. Well done. Okay, give yourselves a round of applause before we move into the next. So you remember the what do you call it? The balance.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have basic beliefs, which is the foundation. Okay, so now we're going to go to one arm. That's going to create the first balance. So in this arm, we are going to learn 5 key principles. Okay, each of these key principles you will apply at different stages of your conversation. Okay, and always we start with esteem. Okay.
Can I just take that paper from somewhere?
Sure,
There was
please.
a
Hey,
paper from-
let's see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So esteem. When you do esteem, okay, you have to do 2 things. One, you maintain self-esteem, and the other one, you enhance self-esteem. So how do we do that? How do we maintain and how do we enhance? Okay. There are all key words to remember. Okay. When you do nothing is an option we don't want to take. Okay. When you do nothing, what ends up happening is nothing. Exactly. You do nothing, nothing happens, right? So conversations can go whichever way. But if you started that conversation just now and you applied esteem, first by enhancing self-esteem, what do you need to do? You need to be specific and sincere. So in Tanya's case, you could have started a conversation by saying, "Wow, Tanya, I said thanks for coming in for the meeting, but before we even get to what I wanted to talk about, let me congratulate you on the 3 million we achieved last month." Hey, Tanya feels, wow, he knows I achieved 3 million last month, you know, what a feeling, right? So the composure of the conversation already changed. Because when Tanya first walked in through that door to your office, you don't know what's running in Tanya's mind. Maybe she had a bad day at home. Maybe she had a bad day with the client. And then when she's walking in, she might be thinking, "Ayo, 2 terrible days. Now, was he the boss to know what he wants to nag again?" You know, because she already had 3 conversations with you, right? Imagine starting the conversation with a very specific and sincere comment. What is specific? This is specific and sincere. The example I showed you, right? Now, then you can talk about maintain self-esteem. Okay? Maintain self-esteem, you need to do 2 things. You need to focus on facts. So when you focus on facts, and then when people tell you, "Oh, I think this really makes me happy, blah, blah, blah," then you need to be able to have listened carefully and to be able to relate to it and say, "This is how you have focused on facts." Okay, this one, you are just maintaining self-esteem, you're not enhancing it. It's not like a booster, okay? You found out from her. You're maintaining it because you heard it. She told you in the conversation. What did she tell you? Yeah, you know, but every week, every month, I'm one of the top performers, you know, I'm doing this. Where was the pause? Let me maintain self-esteem. Yes, I'm aware that you have been, you know, 3 months in a row hitting top performer. Focusing on facts. Respecting and supporting the fact that she's supporting the organization. Respect and support. Okay, so this is how you need to apply esteem in your conversations. When you start conversations, always start with esteem. Why? Because it changes the whole tone of the meeting. The plan, even if that person came planned, right? You've already diverted the person's mind. So that's the trick, okay? Next. Specific comments, okay? Have more impact than vague comments. Like if you say, yeah, I heard, what was it again? You were a performer, is it? Or was it one of the top performers? Finished. Okay? You're no longer specific and sincere, so you cannot be so vague. When you say things, that's why I was saying just now, you have to do your homework. You go find out, what was this person doing? What are they doing? How are they doing? Why? Because you want to be specific. When you are specific, that's it. You have sealed the deal. Okay? Then, shows the person that you really understand what that accomplishment is. If you say, what was it again? How do you know what it is? So the person thinks, okay, now he's just trying to, what do they say? Ice my seat. So that, it all looks very, very good. And, or some people use another terminology, say kiss your ass, or he's just trying to make it all hunky-dory so that he's going to tell me something terrible now. Employees also think, right? So you have to remember that. Now, sincere comments. People quickly spot false praise. Okay, so let's look at this question. Can I get Pranav to read it?
The idea to write down open issues during our meeting kept us on schedule and helped us cover everything on our agenda.
Is that specific or sincere? Specific.
Yeah.
You think that sounds sincere?
Not
Yeah, it is.
Yes?
Yeah.
Not specific?
It's
Specific?
both. I feel like it's both.
Yes, it is both. So that's a sentence that is specific and sincere. Okay? Let's look at the next sentence. Yeah, you did a great job filling in for Ricardo. You got the work out on time, even with that crunch at the end of the week. Specific and sincere or not?
Sincere, it's not really specific.
Yeah.
It is both. Why do you say not specific?
Because work out on time just feels like, okay, great job. I mean, you're just giving them praise for saying, okay, you did the job, and then they're basically off.
Okay, so you could have been more specific.
Yeah.
You could have said what is the work that you got out on time. Okay, so but it is still quite specific.
Yeah,
The specific
Very
here
hard,
is
right?
saying that why you filled in somebody's job and you managed to get the work right out on time is also being specific about what is it that you did to fill the job. Okay, but as you said, if you want to be even more specific, even better. People will feel even more appreciative. Okay, next, maintaining self-esteem. So we spoke about enhanced self-esteem. Maintaining self-esteem. Now focus on facts, not the person. Whatever they are telling you, listen to the facts. Stop thinking, but this is the third time, or this is the what time. Okay? Be specific about what the person said or did. Like just now I gave you an example. What did Tanya say? I have achieved 3 months in a row, top performer, blah. Focus on facts. Okay? Not with the problem that you're having in front of you. Oh, she's late. So you will never focus on the facts, right? You're focusing on the person now. Next, avoid damaging someone's self-esteem. Yeah, Tanya, you did 3 months in a row, top performer, but you're still late. Somewhere I caught that. Right? That happened during the conversation just now. So now you see why that conversation kept going on and on and on, because Tanya felt like it was getting nowhere. Alright? So that's an example of, even if you don't want to maintain self-esteem, don't damage it. The damaging will be straight away to overlook whatever they said and to get to the point. That will be quite damaging. Respect and support others, make people feel valued and supported, even if you don't agree. So just now we also had a conversation about agreeing to disagree. We have conversations at work where you might not necessarily agree with your manager. Okay? You might have a different way of doing it. So let me ask you a question. Who's answerable? Who's going to get the meeting if something goes wrong at the end of the day? You or the manager? The manager, right? So you always should come to terms with the fact that, look, I've given my idea. You're accountable for it. I let you have the last call. I disagree with you, but I know we are a team, so let me play team. Let me help you. Once you've made a decision, you let me know what you would like me to do, and I will support. Okay? So that's how you win conversations. You cannot just keep insisting your point of view because you will get nowhere, because sometimes accountability sits with somebody else. Okay? Next, focus on the behavior. Okay, when you want to show respect and support others, you need to really focus on the behavior, the emotions, the body language, and all of that. Otherwise, you will not be reading between the lines to see whether the person is feeling supported or not. Okay? Right. Maintain or enhance self-esteem because people feel good about themselves at their work. They feel they contributed to the team and the organization, right? And even if they've made a mistake, they can focus on fixing it. So if you kill their self-esteem, they're not going to fix on. They're not going to work on fixing anything. They're just going to feel even more depressed, even more upset. You're going to walk out of your room and not be solution-oriented. So that's why esteem is really important to maintain. Okay? Quick activity. Okay, for this activity, you're going to tell me which is a better way to use self-esteem. So you can read both the sentences and you tell me the top one is 1, the bottom one is 2. Whoever reads it first, you can call out the answer. The first one is a better way of using esteem. Everyone agree?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yes. Okay, that's good. This new schedule you worked out gives us better coverage. The second one just says it's a big improvement. Okay, but it doesn't tell you specifically. Okay, another one. Which is the better way to use esteem key principle?
I feel number 2. Because number 1, you're basically saying you're talking bad about our team members, etc. So,
well done. It's not always the longer sentence, okay? So some people say that, oh, I think it's the longer sentence. Why? Because you're trying to be very specific. But sometimes the longer sentence could just be, blagging away. Yeah, too much, right? So again, the second sentence is very specific. One more. Submitting production data to the team 3 days past your deadline caused this. First one. You've never followed through your deadline, blah, 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 sounds like a blame game. So first one, okay? Clear? Laura, okay?
Yes.
Good. Good, you alright?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's summarize. Esteem is not giving insincere and false flattery. Being manipulative, praising people only to get what you want. Okay, so again, as much as I told you, that's the trick. When you start a conversation, always start with esteem. Please find genuine reasons to go and give your esteem comments and not just say something, oh, today, the shoes are looking really hot. Okay, this is not going to win you your conversation. So let's make sure that we are not just being manipulative, all right? Building on one person's ego at the cost of someone else. You know what, actually, Anurag, I saw your work. It's great that you did this, but hey, Laura, you know what, you did better than Anurag. You had 7, you only had 3. This is terrible.
I tried my best.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So you see how that sounded?
Yeah.
So on the pretext of trying to build Laura's self-esteem, I just damaged yours.
It's okay,
okay?
I'll talk about this sometime.
Okay, so that's very important. Ignoring issues and problems to avoid hurting someone is again a no-go. That's the do nothing. Okay, so make sure if there's an issue, you work towards tackling them. You don't sit down there and say, oh my God, let's talk about it 2 weeks from now because I really don't want any problems. I want to go home and have a good, good night's sleep tonight. Okay, so this is esteem. Everyone clear? Any questions so far on esteem?
What if there's genuinely no real sincere, let's say for example, someone's performing really badly, right? And there is no sincere way of giving them an actual compliment. What do you do at that point?
Good question. But those are the very...
it's a rare case.
Yeah,
but what do you
those
do?
are the very rare case. But in that case, you would normally have conversations where you would ask them how the day is going. Pick up from what they're telling you, and then compliment them or give them, the part where you maintain self-esteem,
Yeah, so you don't
respect
really
and
enhance
support.
it.
So you don't really need to always make people feel like they're on cloud nine, but when you ask them a question, right, and then if you end up giving, telling them, oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're going through this at the moment, but I'm sure you'll get through it, blah blah blah. That's respect, and that's also maintaining self-esteem. Okay, great. Now,
let's say we exchange a role. I'm not talking about my current job, but my previous one. What is the problem is in the manager that he's damaging the whole team, demoralizing the whole team. Then how do we tell the boss, hello, can you just shut up?
Definitely you cannot go and tell the boss, can you just shut up? But I think again here you might not be able to enhance self-esteem because you are angry with your boss. But you might be able to manage self-esteem by, I'm sure your boss is not a bad person. There may be things that they're doing really well. So you can start with that. You can start with saying, I'm sure you must be facing a lot of pressure from the top, and but I can see that you're really trying very hard to make sure that you and the team are able to achieve it. How is that going? And then when the person opens up and talks, you can say, oh, that must be really tough on you. But I'm here today to just bring up something that you might want to also know, so that we could see how we can support you to do what's needed. So the person doesn't feel so bad, right? But if you go there and say, boss, everybody complaining about you, gone, right? So there are ways to leverage on things that you're doing well. Everybody has a good and a bad. There cannot be somebody who would survive in an organization and they're just bad, right? That means they should have been weeded out already, and then that's a different conversation. Alright? So definitely if it is exactly, that's a different conversation. But usually in any other conversation, you need to learn how to, so that's where the basic beliefs comes in, right? You need to learn how to, trust begins with you. You need to trust that the person means well. If you don't, conversation's going to go nowhere. Okay? So let's link esteem to 10 basic beliefs.
Oh dear.
So esteem now links to which basic belief?
Associates need a critical.
Okay?
Everyone
What else?
Everyone wants, needs, and deserves respect.
Everyone wants, needs, and deserves respect. Very good.
Trust begins with you.
Trust begins with
You.
you.
You need to
In
have
esteem, think
there should
carefully.
be some trust, right?
No, but esteem, right? You're talking about esteem. You're talking about feeling good. You're talking about respecting and supporting others.
So supporting something.
Supporting others, yes, somewhat, but there's a more important one. There's value differences. Correct. Okay, so can you see why you need to believe? So if you don't believe the 10 basic beliefs, no matter what I teach you today in terms of your key principles, you are not going to apply it. So you need to believe first. Supporting others leads to success is also one of it, but it is not as prominent as these two. Okay? But naturally, all the basic beliefs in some way or other, you will find that they will belong. But these are the two that clearly identifies esteem. Okay? Right, let's move to the next one. Empathy. And in another 10 minutes, we will take a short break. Okay? So let's just finish off empathy. And then we take a short break, and then we come back and we start a very exciting activity. I need all of you to be strong for the third activity. Okay, so empathy. Now, identify correct or incorrect. Okay, first sentence. Empathy is the same as sympathy. No? Why?
Because sympathy is
Is that a yes or a no?
No.
because correct.
Yeah, it's incorrect. Okay?
Sympathy is
Because?
Oh, okay, yeah. So because sympathy, if I'm not mistaken, is feeling sorry for someone, but you don't actually relate to how they feel.
Exactly. That's correct. So you can empathize with positive feelings such as pride or happiness, as well as negative feelings such as disappointment and frustration. Can you do that? You can empathize with both, or is it only you empathize when you feel excited, happy? Both? So that's correct? Yes, very good. When you use respond to people's feelings, it's important to let them know you understand their feelings as well as the facts. Why they're feeling that way. Correct or not correct?
Correct.
Correct, yeah? So you're being very specific. You cannot just go and tell people, yeah, I understand. Okay, I understand. No, you can't do that. Okay, what do you understand? No, stop telling me you understand. You don't understand. This is where, you've heard some of these fiery conversations with people. Okay? So, now that you know what is listen and respond with empathy. So, you notice when I said empathy, there are two parts to it. One, you need to listen. Then two, you need to respond. Okay? You cannot just listen and don't respond. Or you cannot respond without listening, because then you might forget the facts. Okay? So, check the statement that uses empathy more effectively. First or second?
Second.
Who says second? Hands. One. Alright?
Mine is first.
Yeah, second.
Yeah.
Second? All three second? Puvati says first.
I think the first one, right?
First one is empathy.
Yeah.
It's the second. Why? Because you can associate with the feeling. Remember we said we can associate with negative and positive feeling. The top one, how are you feeling? I know how you're feeling, but how?
Okay.
Right? So, simple things like that. So sometimes when you go and tell people, I really do understand how you feel, the person look at you and say, how? So, like say somebody's father passes away, you should say, oh, I understand you're going through a very tough passage. It must be hard on you. Or you would say, I understand how you feel. Yeah, right, you understand. Your dad's still alive, so what do you understand? They would say things like this. So, as much as it sounds very sarcastic, but that's exactly what people will tell you when you're not specific. Now, outline the words in each statement that describe how people feel. Okay? And we will underline the words that explain why they're feeling that way. So, facts and feelings. So, let's first talk about the feelings. First sentence.
The pressure part? I can see why you're under so much pressure.
Yes?
Yeah.
Pressure is the feeling. What's the fact?
Two people away from our team, pitch is between the deadline. Is it one word or?
Between the word, our team. So 2 people away from the team is the fact.
Yes.
Okay? Very good. And the next one, I think I've given you the fact.
Yeah.
Okay? What's the feeling? The feeling is pleased. Right? The feeling of pleased. Okay. So, that's again examples of listening and responding with empathy. So, when you listen and respond with empathy, it helps to diffuse the negative feelings. So, even if the person is sad, even if the person is angry, when you talk about it with facts and you show understanding of that feeling, you tend to diffuse a little bit of that resentment, that conversation. Okay? And use of this key principle is particularly important when a lot of emotions and feelings are displayed. Like sometimes, you would be sitting in a meeting and say, for example, say a woman is talking and then suddenly Pranav is interrupting. And woman talks again, Pranav interrupts again. And then say Laura is the one handling the conversation. Laura will say to Vyoman, I know it can be frustrating to be interrupted all the time, but Vyoman, give me 2 minutes, let us finish with Pranav and you will have your time.
Okay, I thought Vyoman is talking and Pranav is interrupting.
Yeah, he was interrupting.
So wouldn't Laura?
No, so you need to handle him to say that it's frustrating that he's being interrupted, right? So she's telling him, so she's handling the conversation, she's telling him, because he's being interrupted, right? So she knows that the emotions are very strong there, he's thinking, and he will probably be already rolling the eyes by now. Like, hey, I'm trying to say something, like, what are you doing? You know? So before you address what Pranav wants to talk about, you will go to Vyoman and say, Vyoman, I know being interrupted through the conversations can be very frustrating, so you address the facts and the feelings, but we will give you 2 minutes after I finish my conversation with Pranav. Go back to Pranav. Okay, Pranav, finish what you say. Once he finishes, address the situation and say, and after that, don't forget, go back to Vyoman and say, Vyoman, now you have your 2 minutes. Tell me what you wanted to say. You see the difference, right? So empathy is like that. You must be able to put facts and feelings together. You need to listen actively, you need to focus on the facts and feelings, and you need to respond to both fact and feeling. I just gave you an example, right? Fact and feeling. You address the feelings, at the same time you address the fact that you're going to listen to the person. Alright? Great. Any questions so far before we talk about negative emotions?
What if you can't empathize? Yeah. Not like you're a psychopath or anything. Like you're listening to the person and you don't genuinely think that that's a problem. It sounds more like an excuse. I know, like you said, you have to trust that their needs are real and all that. But sometimes when you listen to them, it just seems like this is impossible. Like, how?
No, but again, it goes back to those beliefs.
You have to trust it.
You have to believe.
But
that's what I'm telling you.
It's illogical because it's factually impossible.
No, because you see, that's a preconceived mindset.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're trying to avoid here. We do not care what the original perception or the feeling you've had with that person. Maybe you've had a bad encounter with the person, but always give benefit of doubt. That's the purpose of today's training.
No, what if you catch them in a lie, is what I'm trying to say. Because you know it's factually impossible for that to occur.
You need to prove it before you know.
Okay. So just prove the
So
lie.
you still can have a nice conversation
Yeah.
until you get to a point that you factually prove it to them. That,
So then do you still
hey,
do the esteem thing first and then empathize? There's no esteem, right?
There's no esteem. You will maintain self-esteem. So the enhanced self-esteem is when you really want to have a yaya conversation that everything's good. But the maintained self-esteem is, how's your day going? What's happening with you? So you gauge what's the weather with the conversation, and then you bring it to empathy. But the empathy can be dealing with facts and feelings, right? I know you're going to be disappointed listening to what I'm going to say, but I have to say, otherwise, as your line manager, I will not be caring for you. It's just how you say it, okay? Yeah, just how you say it.
You can't call them and do that and tell them that.
Exactly, right? Okay, so negative emotions. So this is Ray, who's hiding under the table. He's nervous about the presentation he has to give. Okay? The next day he's going to go do a presentation, and it shows, and Mary is his boss, okay, and she is going to listen to his concerns and show she understands to both raise facts and to the facts and raise feelings, okay. So we have 2 videos to watch, and then we will be concluding this one, and we can go for a break. We are almost there. All right, negative emotions. You can take down some notes, there'll be some questions. That's Amy and that's Ray.
Oh, not much.
What's wrong? Haven't you had your coffee yet?
Yeah, that would help. No, it's just this open house thing next week.
You nervous about it?
Actually, I've passed nervous and moved on to panic.
You know, that's really common. Most people are really nervous about speaking in public, even if they do it all the time.
But I've got to get up there and present to a whole room full of people. And I have no idea what I'm going to say. Look, I've got sweaty palms just thinking about it.
I know it's not easy, especially if you're not used to doing that kind of thing. I'd be nervous too.
Well, I guess I've got to take a deep breath and just do it.
And you will. Is there anything that I can do to help you get through this?
Well, actually, it helps just talking about it. If I just knew what I was going to say.
Okay? So you see, that's a negative emotion conversation, right? Not necessarily one that everybody likes to have, but the conversation took place. And you could see how easy that conversation was because what did the manager do? What did the line manager Mary do?
Empathize.
Right.
You mentioned
So-
that people are always nervous speaking in public, even if
Right.
they always do, that makes
Yes.
sense.
So she shared some vulnerability, right? But she acknowledged the
Fact and feeling.
fact and feeling, okay? So that's good. And this is what she said, right? I'd be nervous too. So the person didn't feel as bad, okay? Next, think about Mary's internal struggle to say the right thing. What are some of the reasons she might have not been responding with empathy?
Is this based on how she did respond? Or
Sorry?
is this based on
No.
how she did respond? Or?
No, this is saying if Mary was doing her own work just now,
Yeah.
and this guy came in and he was all struggling, that with his whole presentation,
Oh.
and then Mary, what if that inner struggle we spoke about just now?
Yeah,
What
so
if she
did
chose
direction?
not to do whatever she did?
Oh, I think one of the reasons would basically just be that she probably is already preoccupied. I
Mhm.
think this now.
Mm-hmm.
Presentations all the time.
So, like a question that
Oh.
Anurag asked just now. What if I really know that that person is, useless? So this is another example of, he may have done presentations before. Maybe she has seen him do presentations before. So she might be really irritated, he comes and irritates her and what is he on about? He's done presentations before. But if she chose to go down that path, right? Everyone does presentations. He can do it too. What's so difficult? Then she has not really empathized with him.
Yeah.
Correct? So if she doesn't really empathize with him, then what tends to happen is, sorry, wait, you can't see the last sentence for you. Sorry.
No worries.
Right, there we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, so with all the pressure that I'm under, giving a presentation would seem like a vacation. So for her, maybe she's very good, and she's now assuming, which is something we never do. What is assuming? Making an ass out of you and me. So never do that as a line manager. Okay? Never ever assume. Because if you assume others can do it just like you, then you don't need them in your team, right? They can be you. Correct? Okay, so empathy with positive emotions. One last video. So just now was negative emotions, right? So negative emotions, now positive emotions. See how different this is.
Hey, I heard your recommendation was accepted and you got the go-ahead to move forward. I bet you're relieved to clear that hurdle.
Feels good to get a call like that, doesn't it? It lets you know that the customer really appreciates your extra effort.
Well, I know I would be pleased. Mark doesn't hand out compliments too freely, so he must be really happy with the job you did.
Okay? Did you see the difference? So, the negative conversation, we needed to deal with what? Facts and feelings, okay? And in the positive conversation,
There's two facts and feelings.
what happens if positive conversations go unnoticed?
He lowers the self-esteem or he doesn't give them the recognition they want.
Correct, correct. So sometimes people might not feel valued. Why? Because you would think that, oh, he already got a good call, he already got his appreciation, he got his recognition. What does that talk about it? But no, it's important to talk about it. It's important to recognize that positive emotion. Why? Because people might suddenly think, hey, I'm not feeling happy. Okay, I go back to the same conversation we had earlier today, right? Now, what might stop you from recognizing people's positive emotions?
Too full of yourself, sometimes, no time.
Yeah, no time, not comfortable doing it. Some people are very bad at giving compliments. Have you realized that?
No.
Yeah, at work, some people just do not know how to give compliments. Your boss When you do something wrong, they might come to you and say, you can do this better, I think, hey, can you work on it a little bit more? But when something has gone well, very rarely they will come and say, wow, that was brilliant, like what did you do today, It's so amazing. People are just talking and raving about it. Hardly you hear these kind of things. Okay, that's why the briefing and the recognition that we spoke about earlier today is very, very important as well. Okay, very quickly, was that really empathy? I can understand how exciting it is.
Yeah.
Kind of.
To where?
Oh, you have to
Connect. Let's connect the dots. The top, there are some feelings.
To beginning,
They're going to, okay, I don't know whether everybody agrees, but, but that's the correct answer, okay? I can see why you react that way. It can be embarrassing. To spill a drink on someone else, okay? You should feel proud about.
Getting outside, drinking.
Very good. And from what you said, it sounds like you're upset because I
forgot to give you the message.
Forgot to give you the message, and you have the right to feel disgusted about the poor customer service. Okay, so you can see how now facts and feelings relate to one another.
Yeah.
Any questions before we say correct or incorrect and go and have some tea?
No questions.
No questions. Very clear. What was the first key principle?
Everyone needs a critical or associative.
Esteem.
Yeah,
That was basic belief. Okay? Alright? So, first key principle is esteem. Okay? What do you do with esteem?
You
Maintain or enhance self-esteem. Okay? And empathy, you
Acts and feelings, focus on that.
listen and
Respond.
with empathy. Okay. Is empathy used correctly or incorrectly? First one.
No, man.
No, right? Yes, because?
You're not being specific.
Yeah, you're not being specific. Okay. Since some of us are nervous about the way this project is going. Yeah? See the facts and feelings. You sound grateful for Lee's help. Yes, that's too bad, but I'm sure you'll work it out.
That's the common response everyone gives.
That's common response that everybody gives. Now you can see what is common and what is uncommon. Okay? So far up to here that you have gone through with empathy, empathy is not showing pity or sympathy, agreeing with the person or group. Okay, you don't just empathize because everybody says so. Alright? And just saying, I understand. It's not going to work. Okay? So, which basic belief we have come to second key principle?
Everyone, associates' needs are critical. Please. That's the only one I remember. Why can't it just be right?
What else?
Supporting something. Right?
It is for empathy. So when you want to empathize, what do you need to do?
Quality is everyone's
Huh?
role.
Respect.
Can be, right?
Yeah, can be. No, like I said, but I want the two most important. Trust. Right? Trust begins with you when you empathize, right? And the second reason you need to empathize is there's value in differences. Why? Because?
Wait, wasn't that the one for before as well?
No.
The trust begins with you.
No, the value
The value differences applies to.
Oh, so it means it's not 10 divided by 5 becomes 2.
No.
Okay, so
No.
Yeah, that's it.
They all have a part to play. But what is the most critical belief that supports this is this two. Okay? If no questions, we will take 10 minutes break. Have coffee, bathroom, whatever, and then we will come back here. So it is now 4:25. We'll come back at 4:35. Okay? Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, welcome back. How was your tea break?
Good. Fantastic.
Good. Everybody feels a little bit more feisty now.
I do.
Yeah, because we're going to do an activity.
Okay.
Okay? So, in this activity, you need to pair in twos. So choose your pair, and we stand up, and maybe go behind your seats a little bit. Or we can do the activity, yeah, we do it in here. So you take this corner, another pair here, and one at that side, okay? So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, standing up. That's why I said you feel feisty now. Full. Okay? You can eat food after you come back, no problem. Yeah, we'll just do this activity very quickly. Okay? So before we all
I'll just leave this over here.
yeah. So here you go. We are going to do what we call a fist challenge. Okay? So who are you partnering? Okay. I guess we'll let the two ladies partner with each other. Oh, one more lady there. Who are you going to partner with? Oh, very good. Okay. And both of you.
Yep.
Right? Okay, so make some space. You can maybe push the chairs in. Alright. So, what is the deal with the fist challenge, right? Who is, okay, what's your stronger hand?
Right.
So one person has to make the fist,
Okay.
the other person has to do the act. Okay, so who wants to clench the fist?
You want to clench your fist? Okay.
And the other person has to try opening it so that you can see the thumb. Okay? Okay?
You clench it.
Alright? One hand.
Okay, one hand open.
Yeah, one hand to open, yeah?
Okay,
Because
clench
you
your
both
fist.
hands the
I
person
open
be
the
suffering.
thumb, is it?
Okay, so who is the one going to clench the fist? Okay, and you? Okay? Okay, so the ones clenching the fist, you use your stronger hand, okay? Alright.
Use one hand.
Right, and yeah, maybe if you're wearing many rings and if you're using the hand that you're using your ring, so just be very careful. Okay, ready? So at the count of 3, 2, 1, okay, you are supposed to try very hard to open until you start seeing the thumb. Now the thumb can't be seen, right? Okay? And the ones who are clenching, you don't let them open. Okay, that's the whole idea.
Okay.
Alright, ready? At the count of 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have 60 seconds to do this. Anybody open? First one to open? Yeah, you got it already. Okay, one
Didn't really
finish.
put out much of a fight.
Fighting.
Still? Okay? We're almost down. 60 seconds. So, at the count of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay? So, you managed to open. Very good. Okay, take a seat, everyone. Did you both manage to open? At the end, you? No chance. Okay. So, this is interesting. How did you find that activity?
Painful.
Painful, right? Painful. Okay. I heard that. Painful. So, who was able to get the fist open? Both of you, right? So, let me ask you a question. What do you do it yourself?
You asked me to.
I asked you to. So I asked you to jump.
I would have
You
done
go
it.
and jump now.
How high?
No, how high? Wow. Okay, this is a good employee to have. But so let me ask you. You said painful, right? So did you see what happened? Why do you do it? So why didn't you just ask for the other person's help?
Asked him to unclench his fist and I'm trying to open. Because the whole point of the fist, the idea was for me to open the fist.
But
So I
so why don't you ask
asking-
for help? Open. Then we'll win the game.
Oh, I thought I was competing against him.
No, who's going to open the fist first, right? So you all were trying, but why didn't you just ask your partner to open? And this one poor thing was trying until she couldn't.
was given to not let the other person
Yeah.
So but we're not allowed to think out of the box now.
But if your job is to achieve that goal, everyone got different goals. Like if you have opposite goal.
But what's the goal? What's the goal? So see again, we are saying things, but what is the goal?
The goal is for me to open his
What is the practical need?
His need to keep his fist closed and mine need to open the fist.
So what's the practical need to open the fist?
I mean, but his goal is to
First
not let
one
me
to open the fist.
Oh, was it actually first one to open the fist?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's why
recognized.
when we recognized you already, then the rest were just going on to see if anybody else would continue within
Oh.
the 60 seconds, right? So, this brings us to the next topic. So we said what? Esteem, empathy, right? And involvement. So, most important thing we need to know, why didn't we just ask the other person? Often, the reasons are pride. Hey, I can open it, why do I need to ask him?
Correct.
Right? So pride, not sure how the others will respond. Maybe if you ask and they say, no man, you try. You know? So then how, right? And then sometimes maybe you think if you do it, you save time, but you don't realize that perhaps you saying that you will do it does not necessarily save time. Okay? I'm a perfectionist, I do it my way. I saw him just like, taking out all the rings. I'm going to do it my way. So, yes. So this is like, I'm a perfectionist. Or the person might say no, and normally that's the fear. Like when you go and ask people for help, this is a very big fear. A lot of leaders have. If I tell my staff, say, no, I cannot do it. No, I have to go home. Then you feel like, oh my God. But it's okay. No harm asking, right? It could be a sign of weakness. Leaders always feel that, oh, I'm the leader here. If I say this is how to do it, and now if I can't do it, I'm going to look silly. And I know it's done right if I do it myself. This one is the biggest leader problem. We always feel we know it best. But what did we learn today? Involve others to know the job best. Right, exactly. So, in this activity, which is the FIST challenge, we have learned that sometimes it's important as leaders to be vulnerable and ask for help. It's okay. It does not make you feel any less or make you look any less. It's okay to ask. Ask for help and encourage involvement effectively. Ask others to contribute. So it's how you ask for help. No, it's like, hey, please do for me, I don't know what to do, man, and then do for me. No, it's not like that. But you ask because you can ask. Maybe you really don't know how to do it, right? But you can say, Kumati, can you please help me with this? I would like to see another perspective. Okay. I have my own perspective. Can you show me yours? Actually, you know what? I don't have a perspective, but thank you, Kumati. Well done. Okay? But you don't need to tell what is not needed, but you can always ask help in a way that you're asking others to contribute. Ask people questions to get their ideas, because we also spoke about value in differences, right? So there is more than one way to cut a pie. Overcome the tendency to do it all by yourself, which is what most managers do. So involvement is not asking for help or input from everyone on everything. No, selective, right? Asking for information you don't intend to use. This is another one, like I was just narrating my story of being asked to do an entire paper on how to become general manager of a place, and eventually they just asked for it but didn't use it for anything. Asking for the same people's help all the time. This one, I'm my favorite. If I ask Yoman will always give me an answer. Okay? But if I ask Anurag, he will be selective. I want to tell you some, I don't want to tell you example. Okay? So maybe I should reverse the question. Now you're going to feel like she's targeting me.
No. But it's very true. That's what I do.
Oh, that's what you do. Okay, that's good. But now, okay, asking the same people help all the time is also something that reflects bias. It's not very good. And asking for help with busy work. Just so, again, this is hidden. Just so, see something is hidden. Just so you seem to be involving others. Is that okay? So,
I think you backspace one more time, you might feel it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, so now that we are here, we have got the test. This is not a test that gives you the score at the end of the situation, but it's a test to recap everything we've done so far. Okay? There are 2 recaps, and then that should aid you in your final test. Hoping that everybody will do a good passing score.
If you don't pass, we get the cert.
I will see after you pass. Otherwise, you will just answer because you want to answer. Okay, you take one and pass it on. Okay, you're going to have 5 minutes. I won't say 15 minutes. 5 minutes, it's very easy, okay? Yeah, 5 minutes, and then we will exchange with the person sitting opposite, and we'll mark the paper. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, do I put in my position and department as well?
You put in your?
Do I fill in all this information above here as well?
No department, just position. So we know what you do.
The position, I'm actual job and all that?
Yeah, your current role.
There was job position 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you have a few?
No, it's a game job.
Okay. Front and back, no? Not only one side.
Are we supposed to start?
Yeah, you can start. You would have noticed that, most of this I kept emphasizing during the session. Once you are done, you check with the person sitting opposite you and exchange your paper. Okay, anyone struggling?
Right, so question number 6, do I tick and then write what I would respond to, or just tick and just
Question number 6.
Yeah.
What would you use
Respond,
and
yeah.
respond? Yes. You have to respond. Yeah, you have to respond to it. Remember, with facts and feelings.
For instance, I also write what I.
Yeah, how you're going to respond.
Like, do I write like literally what I'm saying? Or
Yeah,
just-
what you're saying. So sometimes you don't need to say it in a conversation back and forth, just in one sentence. How would you address that sentence?
Oh.
Yeah. only on 8, 9, 10. Laura is waiting on the last page. Okay? 1 minute to go. I'll give another minute. Okay? Done.
I
Very
think
good. Okay?
they swapped as well, you know. This
Oh,
one-
they swapped also, did you
Yeah.
see? Okay, both of you?
Everybody needs to step up, man.
What happened? That?
Oh, okay, very good.
Both of you? I'm glad you've all turned the paper around already.
You sure or not, bro?
Okay?
That doesn't look right.
15 seconds?
5,
15 seconds.
That's right.
15, 14.
Yeah, okay, done. Cool.
Done?
Are you sure, bro? Yeah, that doesn't look right.
Okay? Good. Done?
Hey,
Everything?
so swap opposite lah.
Okay, let's swap opposite. Come.
Two questions.
And very quickly review.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Hey, answer first.
Quickly answer.
Yeah.
One question.
Okay.
There's 5 seconds left of the
Just a
video.
repeat.
Ah, yeah, you got time, you got time.
See, that was the 15 minutes times.
You done?
There's one answer I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you don't.
Okay. Alright, let's explain. You wrote your name.
It's not a tricky question.
Oh.
I forgot to.
Okay. Now you're going to mark the answers.
I don't know. That's about it.
Are we
My
ready?
mom told me if you don't know something, just put the answer in. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
No harm.
Yeah.
Don't need it.
Exactly, at least try.
Sorry, I think for
Oh yeah.
Okay, ready? So let's start. Number 1. What's the answer?
Are we supposed to pick or something?
Yeah, you're supposed to mark it for the other person.
Okay.
Okay, if it is wrong, you write the correct answer and you put a cross on the answer you put there.
And if it's right, you
If
just
it's
take
right,
it or
tick.
not take it.
Okay? So, if you're not sure, ask the question. I'll tell you whether it's right or wrong. Okay? So, first answer, specific. Okay, second answer, facts. Okay, anybody have any other answers that you're reading? What is it?
Situation work as well.
Situation, no. Facts.
For the first answer, factual cannot.
No. Sincere and specific.
Is there 2 answers?
Only one answer. First answer is specific, second answer is facts, third answer, listening for facts and feelings. Yes. So is it false or true? Fourth answer.
I didn't even put it.
Huh? False. Okay. They didn't put false, you mark the false. Okay, and then what's the answer? Just now, Pranav explained already, right? So did everybody get it right? You read the answer, you know. The answer is sympathy means feeling sorry for someone. Empathy means putting yourself in their shoes. Anything along that line is accepted. Anything other than that, the goreng story all?
Yeah,
No,
we-
I mean-
like we basically said knows the facts and feelings and responds to them.
No, the facts and me and response to them.
Empathy.
For empathy, no, cannot.
So must say that.
Because it's asking, empathy is the same as sympathy.
No,
If your answer is false,
Ah.
why is it false? Not how do you respond to it. Why is it false? So what's the difference between empathy and sympathy? So that would be the answer would be what I just said. Sympathy means feeling sorry for someone. Empathy means putting yourself in their shoes. Okay, number 5. Your team must be proud to receive this award after working so hard and overcoming so many obstacles. Esteem, empathy, involvement.
All three. Oh, you're asking.
Empathy.
I'm asking empathy. So the answer is empathy.
There's only one, is it?
One.
Oh, for all of it, so it's only one.
One.
Oh shit, okay.
Okay.
It says here key principle within in bracket
One
S.
key principle.
But then there's a bracket
bracket S. Okay, accepted.
Yeah lah. Okay, so
What else do you think?
So the first
Esteem.
answer is empathy, right?
Empathy
I put esteem also.
Yeah,
That's why I put
esteem.
esteem also.
And
Can ah?
esteem, but no involvement.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
I think I
fine.
put involvement, right? No.
So you
Because,
put it-
yeah. It says 3 principles because there are 3, but I will accept. Okay, fine. The answer is empathy, but if you got also esteem, then you're okay.
Yeah.
But if you didn't tick empathy, that means
You're wrong.
0.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You got esteem on top of empathy, it's fine. Alright? Next, great job on the new reference manual.
Esteem.
Esteem. Okay,
What about
answer is
esteem and empathy?
What are you empathizing with there?
Empathizing a positive reaction. It's a success.
Yeah, that's what that was my.
So what would you say?
Great job.
Fantastic. Absolutely love it.
Empathizing?
Yeah, I think you're.
Yeah, empathizing a
Okay,
positive
so
reaction.
esteem is the,
No, esteem and empathy.
yeah, esteem is the main answer,
Yeah.
empathy is the second.
Alright.
But if you didn't get esteem, you cannot have empathy there.
Yep.
Okay? Last one.
Involvement.
Esteem and involvement.
Esteem and involvement.
Wait, like 2 answers.
Because it says key principles with an S, master.
No, it says 3 principles with an S, not because it's asking for 2 answers. It's because it's talking about 3 principles. So I'm just accepting. Yeah, but it's confusing, so I'm accepting. That's why. I'd like to hear your ideas for improving the
Involvement.
process.
Should be involvement.
Involvement.
And then a secondary one of esteem as well, yeah?
Because I think you could be a key player.
Exactly.
The second one could be ST.
Yeah.
Right.
Very
Well
good.
done. Okay.
Firstly,
6.
Listen and respond.
Which statement? This one over here, everybody's response. Which would you choose to respond to the statement? Which key principle would you choose to respond?
Listen and respond with empathy.
Yeah.
Listen and respond with empathy. Okay, and how?
Listen and see how you can support or help.
No, how?
I wrote.
Right? So when the person is saying, what a day.
Yeah.
First my computer crashed. Then I lost all morning's
Oh, I
work.
didn't.
Then it moved up my reporting deadline to tomorrow. I don't know what else to do except work all night to finish it. Right? So listen and respond with empathy.
No, that's why I asked as well, do I respond or do I explain?
Explain?
What?
How?
How?
do
I
you
can
listen and
read you
respond?
Anurag's answer.
I can give you. Yeah.
I'm so sorry that happened. It sucks when you lose a bunch of data. Let me know if there's any way I can help.
Okay, I like the last part, but the beginning part again.
I'm so sorry that happened.
What happened?
Wait, hold on. No.
It sucks when you lose a bunch of data.
Ah, okay.
Hey,
So,
why
you
you
do
pause?
sentences.
Why you pause?
Okay, not
No
bad.
pause.
Good. So listen and respond. That's a good one. Okay, what about?
It's written here, listen and see how you can support or help.
Okay. So, Puvati, that one we will need to make a sentence. Not because listen and respond with empathy is already tick on the top,
No,
right?
okay.
But how would you listen and respond with empathy?
I mean, to be fair, I also just kind of.
Yeah, so what did he like?
Listen and empathy, he tick listen and respond with empathy.
What did he respond?
I will listen instantly and respond with empathy, as in validate their feelings.
No. So it's how you would respond.
Yeah.
That's what you need to write. Because if you don't practice, right, you will never. So that example was a good one. What did you?
Mine is also similar to yours.
Listen and resonate with the situation.
Oh.
Hey, there's more to it than that, okay?
Sorry, I paused. Then try to find ways to provide work support to the person.
But you see, that is like doing work for work, you know. So like what they both said as well, and similar to you. Now I asked you to listen and respond with empathy. So I'm the CEO, I'm telling you, line manager, your staff has just come and said all of these things to you. I'm expecting you to listen and respond with empathy. You're telling me you're going to think about it and see what you're going to listen and how you're going to respond. So you need to respond.
No, I think they misunderstood.
So I think maybe is it confusing?
No, at first it was for me. That's why I asked: do I just like take and respond in explaining, or do I answer what I would say?
What would you say to use the key principle you've chosen for your response?
Yeah, you see, but
Yes, what would you say, right? It's
I'm
not
special.
what would you do.
I'm special.
You're special.
I'm special.
Good, you read the second sentence.
I think in my head, I framed it as the key principles is the fact that they're trying to apply it. So that's why I thought that.
Okay.
How do
So next time you'll read it more carefully.
I think there was a time
Laura.
crunch, so there was pressure in that.
The answer I have, this is a difficult day. I have had similar days before. Is there anything I can do to help?
That's good. Accepted. So
What a day you have. I have experienced that devastating day before too. How can I help you to ease your situation?
very good. Okay, so three of you who actually attempted to actually respond, right, was done well. In so you can see now 3 different ways, but it was done well.
Yeah.
So you responded to the feelings, you acknowledged the feelings, at the same time you supported, right? Respect and support others. Okay, 7. In which of these statements is the ST3 principle more effective?
Second one.
The
Second one.
second one. Okay. Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct. Okay. Difficult issues quickly without arguments. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Number 8. Which of these 2 statements would be more likely to maintain someone's self-esteem?
Second one? Yeah.
Second one.
Maintain
Yeah.
Really? Second one?
The second one is honest.
I
The first
know
one,
that
like-
writing clearly is not your top priority, and I understand. Reclaiming these orders because I can't read your writing, though waste your time as well as mine. First one says, how would you feel as an employee after reading this?
No, definitely
Yeah,
not.
it's
Definitely
clear.
not.
So, Mark, this is the third work order you've given me this week that I have had to return because I couldn't read your writing. Facts,
Yeah.
right?
I think it's one.
Yeah.
I think the second one is
No, I think we all read it like.
All
yeah,
the
yeah,
second one, yeah.
Not always the longer sentence.
yeah.
But don't you think that after telling you third time you still don't understand, I just have to get right to the point regardless of
No,
how you feel.
line manager, you need to behave yourself.
If you can't even understand simple language, don't you think
Then you need
leave
to
the job?
then you need to try to put that person into another training to
So
upskill the
then what
person.
I understood is, you see, Mark, I know that your
Right.
writing clearly is not your top priority, and I understand.
And then
So I'm
they
saying,
yourself.
okay, I get that, but you know, returning these orders many times it just wastes our time. So let's say, but I suppose there should be continuing sentence like, you know, how can we do to
No,
improve?
actually,
blah, blah, blah.
no. I'm still testing you. I haven't given you the answer. The correct answer is actually number 2.
Oh.
Although it sounds, the correct answer is number
That's
2.
interesting.
Although it sounds, I wanted to hear what you will say with number 1 because everybody is dicing between 2 and 1. The minute I started being unsure, all of you are changing your answer from 2 to 1. But actually, the answer is number 2. Although it sounds very direct, no, it's not rude. It's not rude because I think you are addressing the facts here, right? The facts here are very clear, and then you are responding because you know it's negative emotion that you're dealing with. Okay? Yeah. Now, which statement most effectively listens and responds with empathy? Number 9.
I would argue you seem anxious about handling the situation because number 3 isn't specific. If my grandfather died and your grandfather was alive and you told me I understand how you feel, I would say, how?
Actually, yeah, that's a
But he says that I've been there myself.
That's true. That's true.
Okay,
If you
that is
didn't
listening and
if you
responsibility.
didn't say that, my
Okay.
point would have been valid.
But what is the feeling?
Anxious?
Where?
Oh, I thought about the second one or third one. I'm very
Number
confused.
9.
Yeah,
What's
which
the
one?
answer?
I argue for number 2.
You said you seem anxious about handling the negotiation. You think that's the correct answer? Okay, who thinks it's not?
I think it's not.
You think it's not, and what do you think?
I think it's number 3. I can
Number
relate to
3?
what's happening and how you feel.
Okay, how many of you think it's number 3, or does somebody have number 1 also?
I think it's number 3.
Number 3? No, it's number 2.
Wow.
Okay, why? So no, it's not about just right answer. Why? Why is it number 2 and not number 3?
Because number 2 is you're talking about a feeling and the facts. You're going for negotiation. And you're
Exactly.
anxious
So
about
what is the feeling in number 3?
We don't know.
We feel. We keep feeling. Right? So that's the trick here, right? So you should know.
I knew that. Yeah, I knew that.
The question which statement most effectively listens and responds with empathy. So where is the response to empathy then?
You see,
About
anxious
handling
about
the
it.
negotiations.
You seem
Anxious.
anxious about handling the negotiation.
That is the response.
Just a statement.
But that's the response. And in that response, you've incorporated a feeling.
You seem like anxious about handling the negotiation.
Yeah.
That's
So the fact is
anxious. Isn't that something not so positive?
But that's okay. We spoke about positive and negative emotions. We spoke about both. So you can talk about addressing and listening and responding with empathy, with also
Can you empathize and
negative.
disagree with something?
From my understanding, it feels like a lot of these things come down to person decision.
Of course. So whoever you are speaking with, right? But you still need to address. Even if that person, okay, so you have 2 types of people. One that might be a total idiot, and the other one who might be naive, and then there might be one who's thinking like, I'm the hero, right? But listening and responding with empathy doesn't change. You need to have facts and you need to have feelings. Whether that's positive or whether that's negative, same. The reaction that will come out of that person
Is entirely dependent on themselves.
will be different because of who the people are. But this is only a sentence. What was the conversation before? Where is the esteem part? Now you're only at empathy. Then you've got the involvement part. So depending on whatever the character might be, as you craft your conversation, it will bring you through the steps. Now we are looking at it as an isolated case. You get it? Yeah? So that's why. So the last one, which statement is more effectively ask for help and encourage involvement?
I will argue the second one.
Yeah.
I'll argue the second one.
Yeah.
Second one?
Yeah.
Anybody else thinking otherwise? Second one is the correct answer. The first one is like, I know it and I'm telling you do it. Second one is, would you be willing to share? Asking for involvement, right? Okay, good.
Correct answer. Like for example, like we answered for empathy and sympathy, we answered the correct answer. But the explanation is not the sympathy.
So that's half.
That's half mark.
And half mark. Number 5, if you have got each of the correct answer that I've mentioned, each one will be 1/3. So that, indirectly it will be full marks, 1 mark if all 3 is correct. Otherwise you can minus 1/3, and then you've got 6.
Also, number
Same,
6
if you
get
don't
half
get
and
the
half,
sentence right,
Yeah.
it's half and half. The rest of it is all 1, 1, 1.
Hey, number 4 got half, yeah?
Why not?
Because, see, you're not paying attention.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is very false,
Okay.
man.
Oh shit, I get it all correct. That's very
Okay.
No, just keep it that way.
Right.
So
Keep it
that's
that way.
okay. So
You can't change what
this
you
is
have.
just a teaser to the
Exam.
okay? But the exam is all objective, but this is a teaser. If this teaser doesn't go well, then you better already start listening, paying a bit more attention to second half, okay? Shall we move on? No need to worry about the percentage. This is just a recap test, it's okay. As long as you put the score, it's fine.
I got only.
Did anybody fail? No, right? What is fail? 5. You only got 5 correct.
Oh, okay.
No?
Did
Did anybody fail? Did anybody only get 5 correct?
No,
No?
luckily no.
Thank God. I should be saying luckily no. Otherwise, I should be using what? Responding, listening with empathy and responding. Great. Saying what?
Just wanted to ask,
yes.
say for empathy response, right? So something happens and then you tell the person it's a difficult thing that you're doing. So okay, that sounds, it sounds very difficult. I don't have experience going through this, but then how can we help, or like would you like to talk about this or something? Is that empathetic?
Yes, that's empathetic, and you have started asking for involvement because you do not know how to handle it. And sometimes you don't have to be the one who knows how to handle it. You need to facilitate. Like we saw some videos where people just want to be listened to. Maybe they have the answers, but they need a sounding board. So sometimes involvement encourages that sounding board. Okay?
But it's not all the time.
Yeah, and say it goes to a part where as you keep going in the conversation, then suddenly you feel like, oh, the person is expecting an answer from me, but I don't really know. Then you need to be true to yourself. You need to tell them, hey, listen, I am taking notes and I'm listening to what you're saying, okay, but I think I know people who have handled this before. Can I get your consent to share this with them and get you an answer? Because I have not particularly handled this myself. So, vulnerability, the next stage, it will go from here. We are going to talk about the next key principle called share. I like this group. You know, you are leading me to my next topic. So, you know, when you actually, so you can already see it, right? So you can see the logic of, okay, so I've been dealing with this now. I'm telling nice things to people. I'm trying to put myself in their shoes to see what happens, okay? And then where I really don't know how to handle it, I am, asking for involvement and help. But at some point, you are the line manager, right? And most of the time, sharing is very important. Why? Because, what is this picture? Who knows Titanic? Yeah? That's not Titanic. That's how the ship in Titanic collapsed. Yes, exactly. How Titanic became so famous because they never saw this. This bottom half they never saw. They only saw that, and they thought they were cruising, and the whole ship went down. Okay, so ourselves, we are like this. Okay, even what we see today, right, from each other is all about how much we shared or what we wanted to share. So with that little that we shared in the morning, where we said, oh, where will you find me if I'm not at work, blah, 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 So now, maybe some of them have preconceived ideas that no, these people, they're not working, they're sleeping. They're not working, they're reading. That kind of stuff, right? Fair assumption based on what you have shared. So how much you want to share, what you want to share, and all of that is extremely important in certain conversations. Okay? Why? Because when you share in an interaction, you have rational, you have thoughts, and you have feelings. Okay, there are 3 types of sharing that you do. And interaction means sharing information, ideas, okay? Not necessarily that is the answer. You are just giving ideas. Oh, can I suggest, can I tell you what I think about it? Or this is how I feel when I listen to you say it. All these are sharing feelings, okay? Sometimes you will share things where it's much of your reasoning on why. Why? Just now we spoke about what is the basic belief that talks about respect. People, so people want, need, and deserve respect regardless of who they are. Why? Because you need to explain the whys to them. It's fair. You can't just come and say, Human, today I want you to finish this assignment. They'll say, but boss, you said the other day 5 days. Now why suddenly? No, just get it done. Where is your enthusiasm, motivation, and everything to get it done? But if the boss comes and tells you, Human, I have really been put in a fix. Suddenly the clients are coming earlier, and I have no choice but to work on it. I'm happy to support you with it. Let me know where you are at this stage, but we need to work it by tonight. Now you feel, you've got support. The person is asking you what kind of help you need, so you feel.
To be fair, I was in that show. I'll still feel quite pissed that I would have to finish it off.
But that's
and stuff.
everybody.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's
So you
everybody.
can't-
But
yeah.
this just makes the situation better, right?
So the whole
Yeah.
goal is not make them fully happy, it's just about making a bad situation good.
Yeah, so there is no perfect conversation because I've told you in the beginning, right? So perfection in conversation is an aim.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not how to say it can never be a reality. It could become a reality. It could be a reality but never a reality. Why? Each person is different. Each person has different needs. We said that just now.
Yeah.
Each person's practical need, So you might say yes if you know that that's linked to a particular bonus. You might say no if you have maybe
Another
someone
person.
at home who is unwell and that's where your mind is, or somebody is very close to their puppy and their puppy is unwell, then that's all they're going to be focusing on, and they'll say, I thought I had 4 days to do, now I can't go back and see them. So how do you anticipate this? So what you are going to do is only to make the situation better by navigating through the conversations, by empathizing, by giving a little bit of esteem, and so in this case, what can be the esteem? The esteem can also be, look, I can't do this without you. You are a key contributor in my team. So as much as I hate to break this bad news to you that we need to do it in one day, let's talk about how we can navigate through this. Ask for involvement. Get their thoughts on it. Okay? And then if they start saying things like, oh, my dog is sick and what? Empathize, listen, respond. Okay? And then navigate through it. Again, ask for involvement. So what do you think we can do? How can we still meet this while you still take care of your dog? Shall we do the assignment closer to your home? Or do you have any suggestions? Let them tell you. Because they know you have already, that esteem bit, I tell you, it will do wonders. The minute you already tell them that you are a key contributor, the person will feel very bad to let the boss down and say, okay, go and do it by yourself. So these little things matter, and that's why it's a journey. It's not that individual thing. Okay, so
but you have to mean it when you say it, right?
Of course.
Because
No, we
otherwise
said
it just comes out to
sincere.
be
We said sincere and specific. So you
Yeah,
have to
but if I
be-
really want them to get it done, and I tell them that you're a key part of the project just because I don't want to do it, for example, that would be wrong, but would I still, would it be really that wrong? Because you want them to do it in the
No,
best
but then
interest
if
of
you think that person wasn't the key part of the problem, then you
Then-
do it yourself.
What if I couldn't do it myself?
So that person is a key part of the homework. See, so that's why. So you need to again. So these are the inner struggles, right?
Yeah, like
So
what we
that-
went through.
Yeah, like what you went through. So this is something that you need to. You always line up the pros, the cons. Okay, why? What's the practical need? So go back to earlier what we said. What is the personal need of your employee and what is your practical need? Your practical need is do or die, you have to submit tomorrow. Otherwise, your job or your bonus might be on the line, right? And then, but the personal need is that person has got a dog that's sick, but at the same time that person is irritated that they need to do it in one day, although they originally had 5 days. All that kind of thing. So you've got to keep all this in mind. Once, if you don't know the answer, learn how to facilitate the answer and commitment out of it.
Which is why you need to prepare before the interaction.
That's why you prepare before the interaction. Okay, so that it's as genuine as it can get. Alright, so now when you're talking about sharing thoughts, feelings and rationale, often if you don't probe, okay, you only know the tip of the iceberg. Okay, and if you don't explain the whys, you don't share your thoughts, you don't share your feelings, you will always only know the tip of the iceberg. And then when you want to start doing new things, new ideas, you will also still only know the tip of the iceberg, and you cannot leverage. You cannot leverage on the person or the employee that you are dealing with, right? So people can only see the part of you, what you do, what you say. So if you choose not to show them the other part of you, then it all stops there, right? So when sharing rationale effectively, always remember, offer the whys where possible and use good judgment. So again, we are back to judgment. So with half the questions that you asked me, a lot of it is judgment. Who is that employee? What has that employee done to contribute to your team? Is that employee always negative? So many things to think about, but you need to know your employees, okay? And then when sharing thoughts, ensure your sharing is selective and balanced. Again, don't go and share, oh, you know, my boss, this stupid boss, you know, suddenly brought down the deadline, and now blah, blah, blah. Be selective and balanced. You need to maintain that positivity. You need to show that you're part of team. You need to take care of the top and the bottom. So always, even though you are the sandwich, make sure that whatever you are sharing, you need to be selective and balanced, because you do not know how it's going to come and bite you in the back. Okay, so that's very, very
Does this apply to when you're communicating with your peers as well? Like, is there really much of a difference when you're like in terms of the principles when you're communicating with, let's say, a subordinate, a peer, and an employer? Yeah, IRA. Like, is there much of a difference in how you execute the principles?
No.
So you just follow the same principles and you can apply them across all three sectors?
The principles you learn today, at every level, you can apply it. So you can apply it by understanding how your boss might be thinking and apply it upwards. Okay? So you know, okay, a good example will be now, say we reverse the communication we had this morning, and we had, so Tanya, you did not have any esteem coming from Pranav, right? But did Tanya start reacting or what? So that was the choice she made. She just chose to keep telling what she thinks should happen, and these are my frustrations. That's why the conversation maybe went amicable and we were talking, okay? In real situations, of course we were doing a classroom setting, but in real situations, because you didn't do that, that employee, it could have been just the tip of that iceberg. It just takes that one thing to make that person angry, and that person would have just walked out feeling, yeah, you know, you forever keep finding fault with me, you know, you don't, and then the whole conversation could have gone completely off chance. Okay, so that's why you've got to be
something
selective.
You see, in during the days that she was, I mean, some employees that I come across, they would have already come across or been approached by some competitors, and that could be the last straw that break the camel's back.
Absolutely, the silent resignation.
Yes, the silent resignation. So then we would come across, we would encounter a situation where there's a passive disruptive employee, meaning that she'll keep quiet, she'll let him go, okay, alright, now I agree to your condition, I agree to come in, but she has already submitted 1 month minus 2 weeks of the annual leave, and she's gone in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So that's the current syndrome, right? So especially the newer generation, you realize that they don't want to talk about things. Okay, and they tend to have, because the job market is like this, they tend to have a lot of options. So the person might be performing and they want flexibility. One company out there gives them 100 ringgit more and gives them the flexibility that they are looking for. Thank you very much. I give you my resignation tomorrow. I'm leaving. Because there are options out there. Okay, the problem is for people who are sitting in the higher chart of the pyramid, because there are very few of such jobs. Okay, but the ones sitting on the ground, which are who you are managing on a day-to-day basis at a lot of levels, right? Like say for example, you were sharing that you were managing students, right? Same thing, the students here, if they don't get certain flexibility, if there is another university that's going to give them that flexibility that they're looking for, they will just opt out and hop there, right? So the consequences is to the organization, but had you then made an effort, so this is how you retain people, right? So whatever I'm teaching you today in this 4 hours, you will realize that you have to apply, because this has to become habitual. If you walk out of this door today and you say, oh, I don't know what she was talking, but you know, I remember some things she said. I have 5 beliefs, maybe I think it's okay, the other 5, God knows. I can promise you, your interaction won't be successful. I can almost guarantee you, okay, that 10 basic beliefs by hook or by crook has to sit within you, because I can still see some of you asking questions based on emotions
Yeah.
and based on judgment. Okay? But your emotions and your judgment will only be pacified if you believe in these 10 beliefs. At whatever state that makes you upset, makes you agitated, makes you whatever, you know, I mean, look, I am no saint. I have made the same mistakes, okay, because we are human, okay, we are human, but if you make that one mistake and if you go back and you sit down and you really reflect on the conversation, I suggest one of the things you should do when you leave this training today is to go and reflect on one of the most difficult conversations you've had with your employee, okay? Reflect on it, and then now that you've learned, okay, you're learning the key principles, we still have 2 to go, and then I will show you the interaction guidelines. By the time you learn this and you apply the 10 basic beliefs, you start writing for yourself what could have been done better. What did you not do in that conversation? What is it that you could have injected which would have definitely made that conversation better? Okay? This is how you're going to learn from it. Okay? And
I'm so sorry because I know I'm dragging you in your presentation,
No,
but
no.
earlier you were talking about how, you know, my generation, Generation Z, right, for example, we prefer not to share things.
Yeah.
So does that mean your communication plan changes with generations as well? I know you've been in this industry for a long time, so you definitely have dealt with previous generation, you know, millennials and Generation X, etc. Have you noticed that shift in the way?
Absolutely.
Okay. And
So
what
I have very different ways of dealing with people who, conversations that I have with people who are maybe my age group, my peers, who I collaborate with, or maybe they're still Gen X and they are within there, you know, that kind of thing. So they have a different style that I apply. Then there is the Gen Y. The Gen Y is a little bit, how do I say, they're a bit helpless, you know. They don't belong there, neither do they belong down here. So they are in between. So that takes another kind of tweaking. That one you've got to do a lot of sharing. So which of your key principles you use more? Gen Z, esteem would kick off. Involvement would be fantastic. You will get the Gen Z hopping, okay? But with the Gen Y, listen, empathy, listen, this would be a lot, okay? With the Gen X, okay, even if you apply a bit of both, sometimes even if you don't finish the support and others because they're quite self-sufficient, your conversation might still be okay. Might be okay, alright? But the problem happens when there's a combination, right? When there's a Gen Y talking to a Gen X.
Yeah. Or you're dealing with multiple
And
people,
sometimes
right?
nowadays there are also situations where Gen Y are managing Gen X. Yeah. For instance, somebody who is a waiter for 20 years in a hotel, right? He might be a Gen X, and the new manager is coming might be a Gen Y.
Out of curiosity, when is Gen Y? When is Gen X?
Oh, okay.
Just put it this way lah.
Yeah,
Because our
every-
age is Gen Y.
Gen Y.
And their age is Gen X.
Our age is Gen X, and then maybe after 1990, I think will be Gen Z.
No.
92, you're Gen Z. 98 is Gen Z.
Are you 98?
I'm 96.
96.
Oh, so you're not Gen Z.
So it's Gen Y, yeah. So 98 is Gen Z. And then now it's already Alpha.
Which is your
So we are far, now Gen Z also is
Finishing,
becoming
yeah.
like, you know, whatever. Now Alpha has started.
Alpha's coming,
So that's even worse. That they only want to work from home, or they want to only run their own business. That's very different.
They're dependent.
Yeah.
So talking just add on a bit
Sure.
about what we have discussed, okay? Because my sister used to run a headhunting company, which is currently an MD for that. So we used to hire people, you know, like, they send the resumes. So like you are talking about the Gen Y generation. They always believe money is now, I need the money now, they keep jumping on
Yeah.
So for example, I have seen one resume, the girl is probably 26 years old, she has changed 18 jobs. She was a diploma holder.
How many is that?
18 jobs.
18, 1-8.
1-8.
Can you imagine?
She was only 26
that's
years old.
insane.
Yeah.
And this always happens a lot in finance. We categorize it, finance is one Because finance and accounting is a job where
Yeah.
you have a bit more competency, another company will hire you.
Yes.
You just need a little bit more higher competency and that's it. So they keep jumping to, but there'll be a stage, let's say she reached her 30s, right? Headhunting companies,
Yeah.
when you see they will not hire you.
They won't hire.
We don't hire this kind of people because we know they will go for a company. They will be there because the headhunting policy is always within 3 months if they resign, we have to pay back.
Yeah.
Why do I hire this now? For time being, when there's a job opportunity, they keep jumping. But there will be a day you will never get a job. That's what it is. And then they jump for like 300 ringgit, 400, just little bit, 200 ringgit.
Yeah.
But they feel that's a lot of money, but actually they don't some of these people, they don't understand. They want the cash now, but loyalty to the company is not there. And if you're looking from a different perspective, I want company to have someone who can work with me at least 3-4 years to get that experience. Maybe you can move up or you can't move up, you go out, it's okay one. But if you do this, continue doing this, taking this as a practice, I can get a job. You come to reach 30 years old, you won't get a job. Because
But
in
that
the
is
past,
Gen
you
Y.
don't see that much,
Correct.
but this current generation, a lot
Yeah.
of people do it,
But I think that's more prominent with Gen Y. Unfortunately, it is a huge paradigm shift with just hiring people. So sometimes the market also has to change. That's why you notice sometimes they don't tend to use a lot of headhunting companies now. People are just using tools to hire and no longer, headhunters. I think it's only our generation who are prominent with headhunters or
headhunters, mostly they only take executive.
Executives
They
now.
don't take any of the lower positions.
Correct.
Right?
So
it's mostly the
unique
higher level.
positions, those kind of things. So, but that whole shift is happening. So again, different generations, you need to have different emphasis of what you want to communicate and how you want to communicate because you need to take care of their needs. So again, you see all the words that I'm using, this goes back to what we are training today. Okay, so we started with practical and personal needs. Okay, and we started with 10 basic beliefs. Okay, regardless of the generation, these things don't change. Everybody has needs, but you need to know what are their needs, at what level, at which generation, what are their needs. That's it. Okay, which is practical, which is personal. Then the next thing you need to know, 10 basic beliefs. This one, even if you're alpha generation, you cannot say it doesn't matter. It is what it is. That's why the 10 basic beliefs are so important. It is the foundation of any conversation at whichever level. Okay. From there, we moved into the key principles. Other key principles, we have already learned about esteem. We've learned about empathy. We learned about next involvement. Correct. And after involvement, now we are sharing. Okay. So what was I'm going to talk about video. Sorry, this video. So we spoke about for the wise. We spoke about sharing thoughts freely. You need to be selective and balanced. Okay. And what you share should add to and not replace. Okay, have you come across certain conversations where you are in a group, okay, we're talking about something, and then somebody adds something, but it almost repeats what the person before you said. Example. So again, it's very important in conversations, whatever you say extra, unless you feel the need to re-emphasize to say that yes, that was really a good thing that we heard, it should add value, right? So this is important. A lot of people start getting very, how to say, they'll start getting agitated. Why is this person repeating themselves? Yeah, I heard it. I understand English. Nowadays generation, these are all the things they will say. They'll say, hey, but that person also spoke English, right? I understand. No need to repeat. Let's move on. Because the ego will hit. They don't want to have this kind of additional conversation. Now strike a balance between taking over the interaction and offering insights. So when there is something, that's why you need to value add. So there is an interaction going on. If you think you can share something else, you can say, hi, can I just share my perspective to this? But your perspective better be different and better be valuable. Not repeat what that person was sharing, then the person will say, what do you think I'm talking about? Both persons will get upset. Whether the two people having the interaction and you are the third one coming in, the two having the interaction will get upset. Okay? So that is sharing. So sharing thoughts. We're going to look at one video about sharing thoughts. So here Beth is having a difficult time working with Maggie. Okay? Jeff shares his thoughts with Beth on how to approach Maggie. So he doesn't like talking to Maggie. He's now talking to Beth and telling Beth, I think I'm going to go and say this to Maggie. What do you think, right? So listen for how Jeff's sharing is both selective and balanced, okay? I'm going to let you watch one more video. We have two more last videos for the day. This is sharing thoughts. Okay.
Okay, well, I think that's it. Oh, wait a minute. The report. I almost forgot. Sorry I couldn't put the finishing touches on it, but it's in fairly good shape. I know you can take over from here, but let me know if you have any questions, all right? Thanks, Beth.
Can you believe that? Fairly good shape. She knows this needs more work before I can turn it in. But she dumps it on me and expects me to fix it. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the last time she pulls this on me. Not today.
Where are you going?
To talk to Ken. I'm not putting up with this anymore.
Hold on. Wait a second.
What?
Listen. You've got every right to be angry. You know it, and I know it. All this extra work.
At the last minute.
Right. It's not fair. Think about this, though. Is going to Ken the best way to handle this?
If it gets results.
Will it? You go to Ken, he goes to Susan, and then she'll go to Maggie. Then after the dust settles, you still have to work with Maggie. But now, she's as angry at you as you are at her.
Fine with me. She needs to know that I'm not going to take this anymore.
I agree she needs to know. She needs to know from you. I've been down this road before. Now I think going directly to Maggie might be better. You can air this out with her. Give her a chance to fix it without escalating the problem. What good will it do to jeopardize your working relationship?
You're right. You're right.
See how persistent? So he was very persistent. It was not his problem. He was just part of a conversation, right? And while he was being part of that conversation, he can see the tension. So when he sees the tension, he is now sharing his thought. She said she was going to go and talk to the bigger boss and just complain about this person. Now, does that help?
No.
No. So he then decided to butt in, but did he have valuable suggestions?
Yeah.
Yes. So whatever he told her, it was very, very selective, it was balanced, it was telling her what to think about, and is it really going to solve her problem, addressed her needs, addressed the practical needs, right? So what did she do? She calmed down.